Chapter 637. A chapter of 4,000 words. Seeking monthly votes. September 11th, 2017. A week after the start of school at Star Warriors University, Qin Wangchuan and instructor Zhang Hong led the team to Pearl City, Zhongyuan Province. It was not Xiangjiang City, which was known as the Pearl of the Orient, but Pearl City, which was located in Yanzhou Province. The name of Pearl City was very interesting. Its full name was Pearl of the Dijin Corridor. The name of the city was enough to show the importance of the city. Although the team had left the province and entered Pearl City, most of the people there spoke in Mandarin. Some of them even had a Beijing accent, which was more standard than the people in the capital. In the East District of Pearl City, there was a cave of death-dimensional space that had bloomed. Since ancient times, there had been many heroes in Yanzhou. That was indeed true. It was this extremely dangerous dimensional space that nurtured platinum-ranked creatures. It was opened in the East District of Pearl City at the end of the 80s of the last century. However, the people of Yanzhou did not destroy it. Instead, they forcefully controlled the area. What kind of creature was a fugitive? Was it something that could be stopped by ordinary people? With the Blade of Death, it was definitely a master who roamed the world. Regardless of what others thought, Jiang Shao was convinced. There is no doubt that the local people had put in a lot of effort in order to control the area. Of course, there were also problems left behind by history. The Cave of Death Dimensional Space was the first cave of death to bloom in the land of China. There was no doubt about its research value and practical use. The higher-ups had given the order to preserve the precious and only Cave of Despair Dimensional Space. After that, many capable people fought a bloody battle in the dimensional space, preserving the Cave of Despair with their blades and spears. It was proven that the Cave of Death was one of the only 5 caves of death in the land of China. There were very few dimensional spaces like this. Ever since the Cave of Death was controlled, the Yin-Zhao faction's high-level melee combatants had indeed taken off. The keyword here was advanced. The Pearl Military School was also a famous military school in the country. When a Star Warrior advanced to a certain level, the local students and soldiers would have the opportunity to enter the Cave of Desperation. However, the fugitives were all platinum quality, and the star techniques they possessed were all at least platinum quality. Hence, Star Warriors had to be outstanding enough in order to be able to enter this place. Thus, it was probably impossible to enter the military academy during the time one was attending university. A very realistic example was that in the National High School League, all the melee fighters from Tianjin and Yanzhou would appear. In the World Cup, the Central Province's melee fighters dominated. In these 2 stages, you wouldn't be able to find Yin Zhao Minzhan of the fugitive faction. The top of the ancient pagoda in the Central Province and the Shadow Cave in Tianjin nurtured students and Star Warriors who were at the Nebula stage and the Galaxy stage. Due to the fact that the quality of the star techniques of the fugitives was too high, the rise of melee fighters from Yanzhou would probably take place after the Galaxy stage. Xia Yin was not from Yanzhou, nor was she a teacher or student from the local military school. She was able to enter the Cave of Desperation in the Galaxy stage entirely because of her status as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Of course, it was also because she was the national champion. Xia Yan's Fugitive Star Bead was the prize she received when she won the National High School League. Besides, with her 28 star slots, she managed to acquire one of the core star techniques, Platinum Blade of Desperation. That was how she got to the next part of the story. Xia Yan was always overshadowed by Han Jiangxue, but she was a living monster with 28 star slots. She could be considered a genius. Being able to acquire the Blade of Desperation was indeed her talent. If it had been someone else who was awarded the Fugitive Star Bead as the champion, there probably wouldn't have been the next part of the story. Xia Yan had even told Jiang Shao that when she absorbed the Haunter Star Bead, she felt a sense of transparency. That feeling truly appeared in Han Jiangxue's senses when she absorbed Yin Xiaomu and Yin Hua to form 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. What did that mean? Xia Yan's double-handed sword star map was extremely compatible with the star techniques of the fugitive star beads. Even if she didn't acquire 2-star techniques in 1-star slot, she did acquire the Blade of Desperation during the Galaxy stage. That was the truth. Due to the fact that the training this time was dangerous enough, instructor Jiang Hong, who could teleport, was recruited again. He still looked stern, and even though Jiang Xiao had already won the World Cup individual competition, instructor Jiang Hong was still indifferent to Jiang Xiao. His face looked as if Jiang Xiao owed him $100. Under the lead of the two instructors, the team of 4 met with a local Wasteland Reclaimers instructor and boarded a van to head to the Cave of Desperation in Dongqing District. It was a wise decision for them to strive to become apprentices of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Due to the fact that they were the first batch of students from the experimental class of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the resources that the Wasteland Reclaimers gave to them were simply unimaginable. For the sake of Jiang Xiao, the Wasteland Reclaimers opened up a path to the Forest of Tears in Egret City, Bamon Province. For the sake of Xia Yin, the Wasteland Reclaimers once again opened up a path to the Cave of Desperation in Yinzhou Province. Of course, the two of them were not the only ones who benefited. Song Chuanxi, who came along with them, also hoped to obtain some fugitive star beads. As a melee fighter, everyone would want to be lucky enough to join the Yinzhou fugitive star beads after advancing to the Galaxy stage. Although Song Chuanxi was in the Galaxy stage and her star slot had long been filled, she would definitely absorb the fugitive star beads as soon as she advanced to the Galaxy stage in the future. The van drove to the easternmost part of Dongchang District, which was considered a half-military and half-civilian area. The military camp, residential area, and commercial area were only separated by a street. The fact that such a dangerous dimensional space was in the military camp, while the people outside were living a normal and stable life, was enough to show how powerful the military was. The van was parked in the parking lot at the entrance of the military camp, and under the guidance of 2 local Wasteland Reclaimers, everyone walked into the camp. After several inspections, they did not head to the dimensional space immediately. Instead, they went to a monument. The monument was engraved with names. On the high-speed rail, Qin Wangchuan had solemnly talked about the issue. The names on the monument were the people who had risked their lives to enter the Cave of Desperation. Most of them were military soldiers, while some were local citizens. Everyone lowered their heads and mourned for 3 minutes before heading to the building where the dimensional space was located. The Cave of Desperation was also the best interpretation of the saying, "What the predecessors planted, the successors reaped." Tens of thousands of such examples were pieced together to form the Huaxiao Republic of today. Jiang Xiao was certain that Xia Yin would definitely not let everything down. In the future, she would use the Blade of Desperation to make great achievements in the Wasteland Reclaimers. Before entering the dimensional space, Jiang Xiao also acutely discovered the dissatisfaction of the local guardians. The reason? It was obviously because the 4 kids were all in the Galaxy stage. Due to the fact that they were the World Cup champions and the 6th place in the World Cup team competition, the local guardians were even more reluctant to let them enter the Cave of Desperation. It was really too dangerous there. Even if there were 2 powerful Wasteland Reclaimers guarding them, they wouldn't hesitate to get injured or killed. It was the Cave of Desperation, a place where life and death could happen in seconds. The loss of any one of the 4 young people would really be a loss to the country. It turned out that Jiang Xiao and the others had indeed reached that stage with their strength. However, the Wasteland Reclaimers had already communicated with the Guardians. Even if the soldiers wanted to stop them, they could only allow the team of 6 to enter. In the end, they even tried to persuade Qin Wangchuan to find 2 more powerful Wasteland Reclaimers to protect the 4 young people. In fact, the Guardians were wondering why they didn't just obtain star beads for their apprentices to absorb. However, Qin Wangchuan didn't think so. Giving star beads and training were 2 different things. He understood the team and knew how capable they were. Besides, Qin Wangchuan knew that the training this time was not 2 to 4, but 3 to 3. Jiang Xiao had already surpassed the standards of his peers. Although Qin Wangchuan had never mentioned it to prevent Jiang Xiao from being too arrogant, Qin Wangchuan and instructor Jiang Hong were well aware of that. People could shamelessly comment that Jiang Zhao's hardware facilities were insufficient, but in terms of software facilities, he was almost an impeccable warrior. In fact, during the previous month's summer break, the wasteland reclaimers of the capital had an urgent mission, and Qin Wangchuan strongly supported the recruitment of Jiang Xiao. However, at that time, Jiang Xiao was cooperating with the National Star Association to carry out official activities. Besides, Jiang Zhao's so-called apprentice status and the fact that there was no shortage of members in the Wasteland Reclaimers team, hence, the proposal was left unsettled. During Jiang Zhao's one-on-one journey in the World Cup, he displayed his skills, star techniques, as well as his calm, rational, and tenacious heart. In particular, the last one had allowed Jiang Xiao to break away from his status as an apprentice and a student and transform into a truly outstanding soldier. Qin Wangchuan only felt that it was a pity that he was only one step late. He was one step behind, and he was always one step behind. The team of 6 finally entered the Cave of Death. Even though the two armies had reached such a good agreement, it was still so difficult to enter. Hence, the 4 of them definitely cherished the opportunity to train even more. In the huge cavern, people saw the figures of the Guardian army. Due to the special nature of the dimensional space, the Guardians were not too far away from the space gate. Instead, they were stationed at the entrance. The materials used to build the houses should not have been obtained locally, but were instead transported from Earth. The houses were made of steel and looked very sturdy. The soldiers were also in groups of 2s and 3s, guarding the space gate together. They stood guard and did not slack off at all. With the help of the torch, Jiang Xiao could see everything around him clearly. The rows of torches extended all the way along the walls and led to the unknown depths of the huge tunnel. Although the torches were bright, Jiang Zhao's first impression of the place was that it was dark, damp, and spacious. The Cave of Death was just like its name suggested. Everyone appeared in a cave and could not see the outside. Of course, it was not impossible to get out of there, but there was nothing outside. It was just a desolate wilderness with the scorching sun shining brightly. There were no signs of animals outside, and even plants were scarce. It was a well-known fact that the desperados did not like light. They only existed in dark underground caves. The tunnel was extremely large, and even if the 4 teams were to fight in the tunnel, there would be more than enough space for them to fight. There were signs left behind by the Guardians in the tunnel to guide them back. Instructor Jiang Hong and Qin Wangchuan were in an unprecedented state of nervousness and preparation for battle. The creatures here would not inform them in advance, and they would not give them 3 seconds to react. Using the Cave of Death as the location for Xia Yan's assessment was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The team of 4 looked at each other, and after Jiang Xiao nodded, Han Jiangxue said, "Song Chuanxi, lead the way. Remember the route given to us by the Guardians. We'll take a detour underground before returning to the supply point here." At this point, Han Jiangxue looked at Qin Wangchuan and asked, "Instructors, do you want to join the team temporarily?" Qin Wangchuan shook his head and said, "No, this is your team's training mission." Qin Wangchuan trusted the team more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to get them to enter the Cave of Death. Without a doubt, the team represented the highest level of combat power in their age group. Qin Wangchuan believed that they would be able to survive. Of course, appropriate protection was necessary. Otherwise, Qin Wangchuan and Jiang Hong wouldn't have come. However, they definitely couldn't be thrown into a greenhouse like flowers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become star warriors. Han Jiangxue continued to ask, "Are you guys going to follow behind us?" Qin Wangchuan nodded in agreement. "Yes." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao and said, "You lead the way with Song Chuanxi. Xia Yan, stay in the middle and block in front of me. Stand in groups of 2 to 2. Don't be too close to each other." Xia Yan opened her mouth. She should be the one to lead the way with Song Chuanxi. But, okay, it's reasonable to let Jiang Xiao do it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Jiang Xiao didn't have any perception-type star techniques, Han Jiangxue would have wanted Jiang Xiao to lead the way alone while Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan stayed in the middle. Due to the restrictions of the terrain, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's domain tier star techniques were limited, and only Song Chuanxi's star techniques were normal. Of course, Han Jiangxue wasn't trying to trick Jiang Shao. She could even risk her life for Jiang Shao. However, this was a team battle. In reality, Jiang Shao was the perfect vanguard in the team. Jiang Zhao's existence would make the extremely dangerous cave of death slightly easier. Since he had acknowledged Han Jiangxue as the commander, Jiang Shao would definitely follow her orders. However, Jiang Shao discovered to his dismay that after the World Cup, no one in this world would treat him as a proper healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 638. Everyone advanced cautiously and walked all the way to the end of the torchlight tunnel. They kept their spirits up because the desperados did not like light. As the team of 4 moved away from the range of the torchlight, a battle could break out at any time. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue waved her hands continuously, and 2 large fireworks centipedes appeared in the tunnel, moving diagonally in front of Song Chuanxi and Jiang Shao to provide light for everyone. As soon as they walked about 300 meters away, Song Chuanxi tensed up and said, "Target found, desperado." Before she could say the word ghost, Song Chuanxi's expression changed drastically, and Jiang Zhao's giant sword had already collided with a dark silver dagger. Fast. It's too fast. It was Song Chuanxi's first time discovering the desperado. It seemed to be about to hit the wall at the corner, and before she finished speaking, the desperado had already appeared in front of the 2 of them. Jiang Zhao's reaction was extremely fast, but Song Chuanxi's was even faster. Just as Jiang Zhao's giant sword blocked the desperado's attack, Song Chuanxi had already attacked. Song Chuanxi was holding a double-edged giant sword similar to the Tyrant Slayer, which was like a propeller. There were black flames burning on it, but it did not increase the brightness of the surroundings. However, it made the desperado shriek loudly. The painful howl was extremely miserable, and the figure of the desperado disappeared in a flash. Bang! The sound of silence hit nothing. Along with the sound of silence was a platinum-quality ice roar, which also hit nothing. The battle was already over before the 2 large fireworks centipedes could even react to what had happened. Fang Xingyan was right. To the people in the galaxy stage, there might not be much of a difference between rapid movement and teleportation. Everyone knew that the galaxy stage was a threshold for the cultivation of star warriors. After entering the galaxy stage, there would be a qualitative leap in the strength of a human body. If one were to advance to the galaxy stage, there would not be 2 strict requirements for one's physical fitness. After all, there was no doubt that one had already reached the standard. However, as one advanced to the Star C stage, one's physical fitness and various indicators would improve. This was also undeniable. However, the difference was that people's physical fitness did not change qualitatively when they advanced from Nebula to Star C stage. There would definitely be a quantitative change. Here's an extreme example. Let's say that you're in the galaxy stage and you're in the starfall stage. There are no changes in your physical indicators, but your star power realm has increased and you've entered the starfall stage. Putting aside the realm of star power, in terms of physical fitness alone, even you in the galaxy stage are definitely not comparable to you in the starry stage. Why? They had the same physique, but why would there be such a result? That's because only the upper limit doesn't change, but the extent to which you can utilize your body will increase. In the same physical condition, when you were in the galaxy stage and the starry stage, your maximum ability was to throw a ball 10 meters away. However, you can only develop and utilize 60% of your body in the galaxy stage, while you can develop and utilize 80% of your body in the StarCraft stage. Will the effect be the same? It was no longer a simple question of throwing 6 meters or 8 meters. Another important aspect was that as one star power realm increased and their understanding of star power deepened, so would their understanding of star techniques. Take Second Last, who was in the starry stage as an example. She might not be able to stop Jiang Zhao's teleportation, but she could definitely stop the Desperado's rapid movement. Powerhouses of such a level would have a terrifying degree of control over star power, understanding of star techniques, as well as the development and utilization of their own bodies. For example, Song Chuanxi, who was at the peak of the galaxy stage, and Xia Yin, who was in the early galaxy stage, might be at the same level in terms of physical fitness. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, Xia Yin would probably be inferior to Song Chuanxi. Han Jiangxue said, "Don't be discouraged, just take it as a practice. Now, we're going to execute Plan B. Song Chuanxi, I hope you'll be the one to take the hit next time." "Yes," Song Chuanxi immediately said. Jiang Xiao secretly thought to himself, TSK, TSK. She's really domineering once she becomes the commander. The so-called Plan B was to rely on silence to win. The Desperado was a creature that only had melee combat abilities. Hence, it would definitely engage in close combat with everyone. Jiang Xiao indeed didn't manage to react just now. Next time, if they were to engage in close combat, Jiang Xiao would cast Sound of Silence at his feet immediately. On one hand, he could directly stop the Desperado from using its star technique and shatter its blade. On the other hand, he would also completely prevent the Desperado from leaving quickly. Once Sound of Silence took effect, an intense melee would ensue. "This guy is really a skeleton," Jiang Xiao couldn't help but say with a grin. Jiang Xiao managed to catch a clear glimpse of the creature's face just now. This creature is really amazing. It's just a huge skeleton that's about 2 meters tall. What does it eat? Does it rely on star power to support itself? What did it rely on to make that sound just now? Okay, it's indeed useless to dwell on that. There are many places in this world that don't abide by the basic laws. I hope its defense is as low as the introduction said. Song Chuanxi's expression was a little menacing, and his voice was cold and menacing, unlike his usual gentleness. The defense of that Desperado is really high. They're both skeletons, but there's such a huge difference. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem to have a high defense. You can probably break it with your bare hands. It's very experienced. It knows that its real target is us, not the fireworks centipede. Song Chuanxi paused and took a step forward, after which he raised his double-edged giant sword. Before the sound arrived, the ghost moved first. The Desperado that had been angered by a Song Chuanxi attacked again. They had already started fighting, and everyone finally heard the hoarse shriek. Jiang Xiao didn't see any enemies at all. However, at the moment when Song Chuanxi suddenly moved, Jiang Xiao cast Sound of Silence at his feet. Bang! In the end, the blade of Desperado still collided with the double-edged giant sword. At the next moment, the blade of Desperado shattered and turned into star power before disappearing. The black flames attached to the double-edged sword also quickly dissipated, revealing the metallic luster of the double-edged sword. So fast, even without the rapid movement star technique, the Desperado was still incredibly fast as a platinum-quality creature. A skeleton was fighting with Song Chuanxi and Jiang Xiao, and the scene was rather peculiar. It turned out that the bones of the Desperado were not as fragile as they had imagined. At least, it was unlike the Desperado in the Forest of Tears, whose transparent skin was like a decoration that would leak with a single poke. The gloomy skeletal claws clashed with the giant sword and the double-edged sword several times, but there were no signs of them breaking. The Desperado was sandwiched by the two of them, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it tried to move forward. Xia Yin kept her guard up and stood in front of Han Jiangxue. She was the last line of defense for the rules awakened. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing the flame shield, suddenly said, "Flame arc, nail it into the wall." While speaking, Han Jiangxue seized the opportunity and flicked her slender fingers gently, after which a gust of barren wind suddenly struck. It was the moment when the Desperado forced Song Chuanxi to retreat and turn around to fight against Jiang Zhao's giant sword. Huff! Due to the rapid change in position, the barren wind, which should have only been blowing at the Desperado, was now blowing between the two of them. Jiang Xiao and the Desperado were blown away at the same time, but Jiang Xiao didn't panic at all. He swung his giant sword and spun it out. In midair, The desperado that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was smashed by the giant sword. At the next moment, another spinning double-edged sword flew over. It seemed that Jiang Zhao's actions during the World Cup had given Song Chuanxi some battle ideas. Has she started to play tricks too? But Song Chuanxi was obviously not good at stealing. He didn't have advanced knife-throwing skills. The double-edged sword hit the skeleton vertically, but due to the angle and strength, the double-edged sword didn't bounce back and fell to the ground. Bang! Jiang Xiao grabbed the giant sword that flew back and retreated hurriedly. After another round of sound of silence, the desperado that had been smashed against the wall went silent again. It's really amazing. How did a skeleton make a sound? Where did its vocal cords come from? This sound of silence is really impressive. I told it not to make a sound, and it really didn't make a sound. Exploring science in a magical world of star power was a very meaningful thing. While Jiang Xiao was letting his imagination run wild, the scorching flame arcs arrived as scheduled. Xia Yin turned into a long-armed warrior and waved her giant sword repeatedly, slashing it up and down, slashing it up and down. Blazing saber arcs were flung out one after another, bombarding the fugitive ghost into the earthen wall with loud rumbling sounds. Han Jiangxue liked Xia Yan's execution. She commanded loudly, "Retreat! Retreat!" Due to the position, Jiang Xiao retreated to the other side of the two fireworks puppets, who volunteered to quickly move towards the wall. On the other side, Song Chuanxi dodged Xia Yan's flame arcs and met up with the two of them. Seeing that they were close enough, Han Jiangxue waved her hands and threw out 3 chain lightning. She had no choice but to be quick. Otherwise, the fireworks puppets would be electrocuted and the chain lightning wouldn't be able to jump. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiao was also prepared to explain to Han Jiangxue that he could choose not to retreat when necessary, but Song Chuanxi had to. Han Jiangxue could directly make Jiang Xiao a target and give the chain lightning a chance to shine. She could just let the lightning shuttle between him and the desperado. The speed of the chain lightning was extremely fast, and it shuttled back and forth between the fireworks puppets and the huge pit in the wall at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Everyone could only see a connected chain of lightning and the electric glow that had yet to dissipate. Bang! The firework puppets completed their mission and exploded. There was no longer any sound coming from the dust-filled pit. "I'm not moving anymore," Song Chuanxi said frantically. She had received more information than the others. Jiang Xiao threw another shot of sound of silence into it. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he jumped in with his giant sword. It couldn't be helped. In such a special terrain, Han Jiangxue's rules star techniques were very limited. The dark blue scepter was an air-to-ground star technique. Just like Jiang Xiao and Xia Yan's Rain of Tears star techniques, it wouldn't be effective in this terrain. On the other hand, Ice Roar was purely an earth-based star technique. Besides, the area of effect was too large, and it would be too easy to accidentally injure others. The Platinum Ice Roar was not to be trifled with. If it were to hit one of her teammates, there would be a huge accident. At this moment, Jiang Xiao, who had jumped into the pit, couldn't be bothered anymore. He covered the giant sword with star power and slashed it down in the direction that Song Chuanxi pointed. Clatter. The sound of bones breaking could finally be heard coming from the pit. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiao walked out with a large skull that was larger than a basketball. The skull of such a creature was indeed rather large. Jiang Xiao held onto the giant sword and covered the handle with star power. He then continuously smashed the skull. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. It turned out that it had neither flesh nor brains. A star bead fell out of the skull. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but look at everyone and say, "I was wondering why I kept hearing clattering sounds when we were fighting. I thought it was the sound of its bones." It turns out that the skull isn't solid. There's a hollow space in the back of the skull that's the size of a goose egg. The star bead is bouncing back and forth in this small space. Jiang Xiao suddenly shook his head from side to side, but he didn't hear the sound of the star bead bouncing back and forth in his head. Well, the human brain is still better. The structure is exquisite and substantial. I can't even hear the sound of water. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 639. Jiang Shao picked up the Desperado star bead, and at the same time, a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Desperado star bead, platinum quality, 1. Desperado, according to the will of the user, summon a special weapon with Desperado attributes. Is extremely sharp and abnormally tough. Has tearing and bleeding effects. Platinum quality, upgradable, 2. Desperado blade. Consumes a large amount of star power and attaches it to your weapon in a special way, allowing your weapon to take you on a run for your life. Shuttles and jumps 3 times. Platinum quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Oh, comes with tearing and bleeding effects? What does bleeding mean? Who wouldn't bleed when the blade penetrates the flesh and leaves a wound in a normal battle? Jiang Shao was puzzled and decided to experiment with such effects in the future. However, Qin Wanchuan had already explained that star technique to everyone before. The so-called bleeding effect was a residual effect of star power that could make the enemy's wound more difficult to heal. Note that it was just more difficult to heal, not impossible to heal. Under the influence of the residual star power in the enemy's wound would bleed faster. As for the tearing effect, Jiang Shao had come into contact with such star techniques before. If he remembered correctly, the Bloodfang star technique of the spectral wolf creatures under the starry sky in Damning Province should also have such an effect. Fortunately, Jiang Shao had covered the giant blade with star power during the fight just now. Otherwise, the quality of the giant blade would have been reduced to smithereens. However, there was another reason. The Desperado was known for its speed and agility, but its strength was not too strong. At least, Jiang Shao could easily block its attack with his Galaxy Stage power. If the user was stronger, he might really be able to shatter the enemy's weapon with the attributes of the Desperado blade. However, then again, what does extremely sharp mean? What does abnormally tough mean? Is it really that tough? It's so tough that the weapon of death will shatter after 3 jumps using Death Edge? Seems like the second star technique, Desperado blade, is indeed rather powerful. This star technique seems to have other magical uses. For example, if Xiaoyan wants to open a safe but can't crack it, can she hug the safe and use the star technique, Desperado blade? After jumping 3 times, will the safe shatter? Jiang Zhao's imagination ran wild, and he felt that his thoughts made sense. However, one thing was certain. Back then, Xiaoyan had tried using star beads as weapons and the Blade of Death star technique, but she couldn't shuttle at all. Star beads were mystical items that could almost not be destroyed by external forces. Xiaoyan also wanted to use the star bead as a primer to try out the effects of the rapid shuttle. Unfortunately, there was no effect in the end. Han Jiangxue said, "The team will split the spoils of war equally. Let's go. We only have 7 days." Jiang Shao looked at Song Chuanxi, who picked up the double-edged sword with a smile and tilted her head to gesture in Xiaoyan's direction. Jiang Shao tossed the ghost star bead to Xiaoyan and said, "Logically speaking, if you obtain this star technique, you'll really be able to take off. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." Xiaoyan grabbed the star bead and asked in bewilderment, "Why don't you know if it's good or bad?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "I'm afraid no one will be able to stop you when the time comes. Besides, with your fiery temper, no one will be able to follow you around and clean up after you." Xiaoyan immediately blushed and stomped her feet. "What are you talking about? That sounds awful." Jiang Shao looked a little embarrassed and said, "I mean, clean up the mess." Hee. Xiaoyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao. "It's such a fiery battle, yet you're actually feeling a little embarrassed?" Xiaoyan crushed the star bead in her hand, and waves of star power surged into her body. Xiaoyan closed her eyes and sensed it carefully, after which a look of joy slowly appeared on her face. The 3 of them were all stunned and thought, did I already acquire a star technique from the first star bead? However, no one dared to disturb Xiaoyan, for fear that she might cause trouble. After a while, Xiaoyan opened her eyes and looked rather worried, making Jiang Shao feel rather conflicted. Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Xia Yin said, I didn't absorb it, but I really feel it, very much so. When I absorbed other star techniques, I felt that I was forcibly pressing the star bead into the star slot of the star map. However, when I absorbed this star bead, I felt that it was actively embedded in the star map, and the star map was also trying to accept it. It felt great. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, Is this the difference between an arranged marriage and a couple who are in love with each other? Xia Yin blinked her large and beautiful eyes and asked, Huh? Everyone was speechless. Han Jiangxue clapped her hands and said, Focus. Let's go. As she spoke, 2 flame puppets were summoned. The 5-meter tall flame puppets acted as flame lanterns and brightened up the surrounding environment. After some thought, Han Jiangxue summoned 2 flame puppets and got them to scout ahead. Han Jiangxue didn't dare to summon too many flame puppets because the tunnels in the cave were accessible and the flame puppets were not easy to deal with. She was afraid that she would be besieged by multiple desperado creatures at the same time. Even if there were 2 desperados, the battle scene would definitely be different. Hence, she decided to be careful. After teaming up with Han Jiangxue again, Jiang Shao could only exclaim, It's so comfortable. Killing white ghouls wouldn't be able to show their standards, but killing desperados would be the proof of their true abilities. The cannon was simply perfect. Due to the terrain, many of Han Jiangxue's star techniques were restricted. However, she was also an offensive kaleidoscope who had all sorts of star techniques. Regardless of the restrictions, she would always be able to find a suitable way to attack. At the back, Qin Wanchuan and Zhang Hong looked at each other. This team was far stronger than they had imagined. The team of 4 did not suffer too much of a threat from a platinum-quality desperado. With their ingenious cooperation, Song Chuanxi and Jiang Shao resisted while Jiang Shao, Xia Yin, and Han Jiangxue controlled the desperado. In the end, Han Jiangxue unleashed her explosive power and ended the battle. The team of 4 cooperated rather well, and they were indeed the best in their age group. As long as they were careful and did not get besieged by multiple enemies, Qin Wanchuan had reason to believe that the team of 4 would be able to fight their way out of the Cave of Death without the need for the 2 instructors to do anything. While Jiang Shao and the others were training in the Cave of Death, far away in Beijiang, in the snowfield of Jiannan Village in the dimensional space, a crow was flying in the sky and looking around with its lonely eyes. The one-eyed crow had been flying there for several days. The snowfield was so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. The endless forest and snowfield were always the same. It was so monotonous that there were only countless white ghoul witches and white ghouls hunting and fighting there. Jiang Zhao's first target was, of course, the wooden hut that had once stood on the edge of the cliff. Hence, Jiang Shao had been flying close to the edge of the cliff. However, after flying for a long time and passing through the mountains, the place was still covered in snow and there were no traces of humans. As for the big fight a few days ago, the one-eyed crow had earned a lot of money. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was the bait, had not only replaced his brass-quality endurance with gold-quality endurance, he had also stolen 11 gold-quality white ghoul star beads and 2 precious gold-quality white ghoul witch star beads. The Shadow Crow star bead was indeed a very good star technique. Not only could it be used to fly and detect, but it could also be used to conceal one's body. Once the white ghouls got into a fight, they would really not care about the black crow. Of course, if they were not fighting each other, the white ghouls would still want to kill the one-eyed crow. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still a piece of meat. Where are you guys? Jiang Shao, the bait, couldn't help but yell. However, the words that came out of the bird's beak were ultimately a hoarse sound. As for the reason why the camera suddenly switched to the snowfield, it was because Jiang Shao, the bait, finally found traces of humans. After the one-eyed crow shrieked helplessly, it lowered its head again to see that there were trees of various sizes below that were covered in thick snow. Through the sparse branches, it seemed to have seen a wooden hut. Wooden hut. It's a small tree house. The one-eyed crow was overjoyed and frantically flapped its wings before flying down quickly. This towering tree was at least 60 meters tall, and in the middle of the tree, there was a small tree house built on it. Jiang Xiao, the bait, was extremely excited. Although it was a simple square wooden hut that was estimated to be about 20 square meters in size, it was a sign of human activity. The one-eyed crow landed on the roof of the wooden hut. There were no windows in the wooden hut, so it tried to observe the environment through the gap. However, the craftsmanship of the person who built this square tree house was quite good. The interior of the gap was still made of wood, so it could not see the environment inside at all. It was probably to keep out the cold. The one-eyed crow hopped down from the roof of the tree house and pecked at the wooden door like a woodpecker. Ding, ding, ding. The one-eyed crow carefully sensed everything. After a while, it turned into a human form. Jiang Xiao, the bait, had already sensed that there was no one inside. Jiang Xiao, the bait, tried to push the door open. With a slight force, the wooden door opened wide. As the small tree house shook slightly, dust fell and spread in the tree house. For a moment, Jiang Xiao, the bait, was stunned. As the wooden door opened, light entered the house. Through the layers of dust, Jiang Xiao saw the densely packed Zheng characters. The small tree house that was less than 20 square meters had countless Zheng characters engraved on the four walls, the ceiling, the ground beneath his feet. Jiang Xiao's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would receive such a huge shock in such a small space. What kind of people used to live here, and what kind of stories did they have? Through the Zheng characters, Jiang Xiao seemed to see a lonely and despairing figure. Chapter 640. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, but he inhaled a mouthful of smoke and couldn't help but cough twice. Cough, cough. Then, Jiang Xiao saw a mattress on the floor. It was a mattress made of more than 10 white ghouls' thick fur. The owner of this treehouse should have lived here for a long time. Although there was no bed, there were chairs and tables made of wooden stakes. Is that a stone bowl? Jiang Xiao the bait had mixed feelings. He didn't know if he should be excited or disappointed. The room was clear at a glance. There were no cabinets, and the wooden table had no drawers. How could there be a place to hide things? It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time. What did you rely on to keep warm? There were no windows or chimneys in this house, and it was pitch black. How did you light a fire to keep warm in the house? Jiang Xiao the bait walked in and quickly gathered information. Finally, he found blood that had already coagulated in the corner behind the wooden table. Due to the fact that the temperature was very low, the blood was preserved. What made Jiang Xiao puzzled was that the coagulated blood was dripping onto the ground bit by bit, just like a nosebleed. Some of the coagulated blood even flowed along the side of the wooden table, forming a few traces that had long solidified. Jiang Xiao the bait put his hands on his waist and looked at the Zheng everywhere with a complicated expression. He muttered softly, "You are now, Jiang Xiao the bait's eyes narrowed. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it against the wall on the left. The words he muttered also changed. "Where are you now?" As the first Zheng character was discovered by Jiang Xiao, more and more Zheng characters that belonged to the second stroke also came into Jiang Xiao's sight. The difference between rough and graceful styles was too big. Jiang Xiao thought that it might be from a man and a woman. There were 5 strokes in a Zheng character. The first 3 strokes were from one person, and the last 2 were from another. So, the formation of this character means that he'll be back in 3 days, right? In this vast sea of Zheng characters, these graceful Zheng characters and sporadic strokes were rare, but it was enough to prove that there was not only one person living here. Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before walking out of the wooden hut. His body turned into the illusory crow again, and he flapped his wings to fly up. He looked around and found a smaller tree. The crow landed on the snowy ground and transformed into its human form. It pulled out the giant steel blade on its back and slashed at the trees. Dong, 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 kacha kacha. A few moments later, the small tree collapsed and was chopped into countless firewood by Jiang Xiao. Decoy Jiang Xiao carried the giant sword on his back and hugged the firewood. He stepped on the thick snow and walked towards the cliff that was dozens of meters away. He cleared an empty space and surrounded the firewood. A fiery red hunting bow and several burning arrows appeared in his hands. As bait, Jiang Shao took out several fire arrows and inserted them into the firewood. He silently looked at the firewood under him, but his mind was filled with the densely packed Zheng. "I'm here. Where are you?" There was no concept of time in the upper dimension of the snowfield. It was always filled with the afterglow of the setting sun. One could only see the sunlight, but not the real sun. After some time, at the foot of the opposite mountain, at the bottom of the canyon, a figure slowly climbed out of the underground cave. He took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly widened. He looked up at the top of the high cliff hundreds of meters away and saw wisps of green smoke floating into the sky. That's the location of the treehouse. The man looked at the scene in shock and did not come back to his senses for a while. He grabbed his hair and turned back into the cave. He shouted excitedly, "Lon, Lon, Lon, Lon." The man stumbled into the cave and turned here and there. In the depths of the cave, he ran into a room with a burning bonfire. In his sight, a woman was carrying a child of 3 or 4 years old. As she walked, she hummed a lullaby softly. When the child heard the shout, he could not help but rub his eyes with his little hands and look at the entrance of the cave. "Daddy, Daddy's back, Daddy." The woman hurriedly covered the back of the little boy's head with one hand and pressed his little face on her shoulder. As she walked in the room, she continued to hum softly. When the woman turned around, she looked at the man in confusion. The man opened his mouth and looked at the child who was sleeping lightly on her shoulder. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I'm going to hunt. I'll be back soon." The woman nodded gently before turning around and coaxing the child to sleep again. The man took a deep look at the scene, turned around, and strode away. When he walked out of the house, it was pitch black. The man was familiar with the place, as if he could walk out with his eyes closed. He walked all the way up the winding, sloping tunnel, and finally, light appeared in front of him. He crawled out of the small cave and looked up at the cliff again. To his surprise, the wisps of green smoke were still rising slowly. The man strode in the canyon and stepped on the uneven stone snow path. He arrived at the bottom of the cliff on the opposite side and leaped lightly onto the protruding stones on the cliff. Judging from the effect of the man's rock climbing, he was not only an agile star warrior, but he also knew the environment like the back of his hand. The cliff was hundreds of meters high, but he walked on it like it was flat ground. From time to time, he would conjure 2 sharp blades in his hands and use them as pickaxes to climb up quickly. After a long time, a hand grabbed the edge of the cliff tightly. Immediately afterwards, the big hand exerted force, and the man's body rose into the air and landed steadily on the cliff. In the direction where the smoke was drifting, the man vaguely heard the sounds of intense fighting. To be exact, it was the roar of the white ghouls. The man's heart tensed up. No matter who the person who raised the smoke was, he should be a human. There must be no accidents. How many years had it been? He had been searching and waiting for so long, without hesitation. The man hurriedly touched it, only to hear that the white ghoul's voice was getting angrier. If one stayed here long enough, one would be able to distinguish the emotions in the white ghoul's roar. Although the white ghoul's roar sounded like a simple roar in the ears of others, the man understood the meaning behind the white ghoul's roar. This guy must have changed from a simple hunt to an extreme hatred. Obviously, the white ghoul was infuriated to a certain extent. The man quickened his pace and hid behind a giant tree. He leaned forward slightly to take a look, only to be dumbfounded at the next moment. He saw a giant blade that was spinning rapidly and bouncing back and forth. He saw the white ghoul that was stumbling and furious because of his incompetence. He also saw a piece of pitch-black clothing. It was so familiar, yet so strange at the same time. Especially on the right sleeve of the black military uniform, there was a black armband with a red word on it, and the word Yi was written in blood red. The man stood up dumbfoundedly. The Night Guardian? He knew that there were countless Night Guardian brothers stationed in the lower dimension day and night. However, the holy ground was like a heavenly road separating them. Is it really the Night Guardian brothers? Is it a brother who accidentally entered the holy ground? After all, this person's clothes are still very new. The man's mood changed rapidly. At first, he was excited, then he was sad. He felt sad for this night guardian. If nothing went wrong, this night guardian who accidentally entered the snowfield would waste the rest of his life here. Or one day, he would be surrounded and devoured by the group of white ghouls. The man didn't even know which outcome was better. This snowfield was like a huge prison. If one stayed too long, it would stab one's nerves all the time. Sometimes, being alive would be more painful than being dead. Suddenly, the roar of the white ghoul rang in his ears again, but it was so hoarse. The man hurriedly came back to his senses, only to see the night guardian pointing his elbow. A gold-quality green light appeared, and the huge white ghoul was directly sent flying. The giant blade in the night guardian's hand also spun out. The sharp giant blade was also enhanced with gold-quality green light and shot out rapidly. Under such a rapid rotation, the giant blade actually pierced the white ghoul's head with incomparable accuracy. What kind of skill is this? The man's body trembled slightly, as expected of a night guardian. However, are you really going to waste your skills, the strength that you obtained through blood and sweat day and night? The giant blade pierced through the huge white ghoul's head and nailed it into the giant tree. The bait Jiang shouted and stepped forward. His keen senses had already noticed that there was someone behind him. That person should be kind. At least, he didn't sneak attack and didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. Slowly, the bait Jiang Shao turned around and saw this savage standing beside the tree. It was a man wearing a white ghoul fur coat. At first glance, Jiang Shao could treat him as a savage. However, at second glance, Jiang Shao realized that the white fur coat was very well made and wasn't simply stitched up. The man was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was thin, but he had a large frame and broad shoulders. There was a sparse stubble on his face, and his hair was very short. It could be seen that he had trimmed it regularly. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and looked up and down at the man's clothes. When a person struggled to survive in a place isolated from the world, such as the wilderness or an isolated island, and even after living for a long time, he still maintained a certain image, then there was a high probability that he was not living alone. The skinny man narrowed his eyes. He saw the face of the night watch brother, who was wearing a strange circle mask. He also saw the pair of pitch-black eyes. A muffled voice came from the strange circle mask. Name. The skinny man opened his mouth, but he didn't respond immediately. Jiang Shao came in front of the white ghoul and pulled out the giant blade. He turned to look at the skinny man and said in a muffled voice again, Name. It was just a confirmation process. In fact, there was no need for a name at all. Jiang Shao had seen his face and had already matched the face on the information. However, compared to that time, the man at this moment seemed much more experienced. The man still didn't speak. A muffled voice came from the hoop mask. Guardian Army soldier, Hu Wei, male, Han Chinese, born in 1989, disappeared on the 18th of January, 2011, patrolling with his partner Song Lan, and has yet to return. See Chapter 361 for details. Hu Wei's body trembled slightly and his heart beat violently. There were tears in his eyes, and he said with a choked voice, Does anyone else remember me? If it was possible, Jiang Shao wanted to tell him, I'm here to take you home. However, Jiang Shao didn't have such an ability. Sigh. A deep sigh came from within the circle mask. Chapter 641. Chinese Valentine's Day. I wish everyone happiness. There was one more chapter at 8 p.m. in the land of Yin and Zhao, in the Cave of Death. Rumble. The sounds of explosions were deafening, and it was as if the entire underground cave was trembling. Song Chunshi held the sword in front of his face and retreated quickly. Xia Yin gripped the giant sword tightly and stood in front of Han Jiangxue, fearing that the desperado would suddenly appear. Jiang Shao! Han Jiangxue yelled in shock. She watched as her brother's body flickered, but he didn't return. Where else could he have gone? Did he rush into the explosion? The sound of silence prevented all possibilities of releasing star techniques, and everyone could vaguely hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Not one piece at a time, but one piece at a time. Walala, as the explosion surged, the fireworks centipede dashed forward under Han, Jiang Shui's control. Everyone hurriedly looked into the distance, only to see that Jiang Zhao's clothes were a little messy and there was a pile of broken bones at his feet. The team hurried forward. Jiang Zhao shook his dizzy head with all his might and staggered a little. He raised his hand to admit his mistake. "It's my problem. I released silence too late, and it threw the pearl of death out." Jiang Zhao then sat on the ground and covered his dizzy head with one hand. He had diamond-level endurance and was extremely resistant to any offensive star techniques. Of course, Jiang Zhao wouldn't really faint, but he did feel a little dizzy. At this moment, his head was spinning, and he even felt a little nauseous. It reminded Jiang Zhao of the earth-shattering explosion on George's star during the World Cup. Without a doubt, the explosion on George's star was more powerful. After all, it was a star technique that was performed at the cost of one's life. However, the Desperado's Desperado Pearl was more disgusting. Explosion-type star techniques already had a dizzying effect on humans, and this star technique even had an additional dizzying effect. The Desperado Pearl was the Desperado's star technique. The Desperado was also the second type of creature in the Cave of Death. Their appearance was exactly the same as the Desperado, but their star techniques were completely different. Jiang Zhao's feet were covered with star power, and he stomped on the giant skull, crushing it. He then picked up the star bead that was bouncing around in the skull. He received a message from the internal star map. Desperado star bead, platinum quality 1. Death bead. Throw out a death bead that will explode. It is extremely powerful and has a stun effect. Platinum, upgradable 2. Body of death. Strengthens one's own defense. Strengthens one's resistance to explosive-type star techniques. Immunity to dizziness. Passive skills. And does not need to be activated. Platinum, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? The rest of the team caught up, and Han Jiangxue said coldly, "This is a team battle." Jiang Zhao raised his hand again to express his apology. According to the team's combat strategy, he should have retreated just now and used silence to control the situation so that Han Jiangxue could attack. He shouldn't have rushed into the explosion like he did in the individual competition. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly. After reprimanding him, she walked towards Jiang Zhao, squatted down, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhao said, "Nothing much. I'm used to being reckless." However, Han Jiangxue said stubbornly, "No, you're always clear-headed when you're in a battle. Tell me what happened. Do you want to end the battle quickly?" Jiang Zhao smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "She's really sensitive and smart." Jiang Zhao didn't want to end the battle quickly, but he was rather touched. Jiang Zhao said softly, "I was wrong. There won't be a next time." He then threw the Desperado star bead to Song Chuanxi. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and reached out to gently adjust Jiang Zhao's clothes. Although he had rushed in, he was not too reckless. Silence first, followed by flash. It looked like he had rushed into the shock wave of the explosion, but in fact, it was more like he had dodged the wave of the explosion. Otherwise, the clothes on his body would not still be there. Han Jiangxue asked with concern, "Do you need to take a break?" Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "No, let's go. We don't have much time." So, what made Jiang Zhao feel touched? It was because Jiang Zhao saw a small life in the snowfield. In the winding and deep tunnel at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Zhao followed Hu Wei into his residence. Then, Jiang Zhao saw a beautiful scene. In the desolate snowfield, he actually saw a child who was sleeping soundly. The cold stone bed was covered with a thick layer of white ghoul fur, and the child, who was 3 or 4 years old, was also wrapped in clothes and bedding made of white ghoul fur. A woman in her late 30s was sitting on the side of the bed, looking at the sleeping child with a gentle expression. She curled her fingers and gently rubbed his smooth and tender face. At this moment, Jiang Zhao also knew why Hu Wei still paid attention to his image in such a life. Perhaps it was not only because of his wife, but also because of the child. Jiang Zhao recognized this woman. She had a beautiful name, Song Lan. On the information sheet, she was only 21 years old and was youthful and beautiful. She had short hair, and her eyes seemed to be glistening. At this moment, she was 27 years old and was already a mother. Her long hair hung down her back and was tied up with a white hairband. She was also at the age of youth, and her face was glowing with motherly love. Song Lan turned around. She wanted to ask how the hunt had ended so quickly, but she saw an unfamiliar figure standing next to her husband. The brand-new Guardians of the Night uniform made Song Lan's lips tremble slightly. No one thought that Jiang Shao the Bait was there to save them. The couple only knew that another brother was going to repeat their mistakes. However, in this lonely world, seeing a living person again was a feeling that ordinary people could not understand. You? Hello? Song Lan stuttered. It was only 2 words, but there was a gap between them. Hello. Both of you are very strong. A muffled voice came from a mask. In fact, Jiang Shao had always been a little doubtful. If Hu Wei lived alone, Jiang Shao naturally thought that Hu Wei would bring him to this house after confirming his identity. However, if Hu Wei's wife and child were here, wouldn't it be a reckless decision to let Jiang Shao enter? After all, Jiang Shao was still wearing a mask. Although there was no difference in essence, there was a barrier, at least on the surface. Song Lan smiled gently and seemed to have a good impression of Jiang Shao. Hu Wei, who was beside Jiang Shao, tilted his head discreetly in a subtle manner. Song Lan also blinked twice secretly. It was just like a normal blink, and no one could tell that it was a secret signal. Is this the legendary tacit understanding between husband and wife? Jiang Shao, who had the star technique of perception, was extremely sharp. However, he would not think about the secret signal at all. Hu Wei patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and gestured for him to leave the cave. Song Lan stood up and followed the 2 of them out of the room, walking through the long tunnel in front of the door. There was no need for a door here at all. Be it the white ghouls or the white ghoul witches, their massive bodies would not be able to squeeze into such a narrow tunnel. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, although the tunnel was deep, the ventilation was not bad. It seemed that Hu Wei had put in a lot of effort into his home. The 3 of them walked through the tunnel, made a half circle, and entered another stone house. There were actually 4 skylights in this stone house. A few beams of light shone down vertically through the small holes, making Jiang Shao feel amazed. Brother, tell me your story. Hu Wei sat in front of a stone table and gestured to the stone seat beside him. Jiang Shao, the bait, asked, were the 2 of you the one who wrote the word Zheng in the treehouse? Hu Wei pondered for a while and said, no, not the 2 of us. Jiang Shao was stunned in thought. It's not written by the 2 of them? There's another couple? Hu Wei turned to look at Song Lan and said, she and I. Jiang Shao also turned to look at Song Lan, only to find that she was secretly watching over the child who was sleeping soundly in the stone house next door through the hole in the stone wall. Hu Wei sighed and continued, she and I have been searching here for a long time. We walked through mountains and rivers, maybe for a year or 2, until we couldn't walk anymore. Hee. Song Lan's smile was a little bitter. She turned around and said softly, there's no sunrise or sunset here. In the beginning, we could still feel the passage of time, but after that, it's all gone. We don't even know how many years we've been here. Song Lan looked at Jiang Shao and said, do you know how we feel the passage of time now? Jiang Shao. Song Lan turned around again and looked at her child through the hole in the stone wall. He's growing up day by day. He turned over for the first time, crawled for the first time, spoke for the first time. Jiang Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. As the bait, he, of course, could not feel the passage of time in this scene that was always the same. However, his main body was clearly aware of how many hours and days had passed. Hu Wei asked softly, brother, what year is it now? Jiang Shao, the bait, replied, September 2017. Hu Wei, it's already 2017? Song Lan's laughter carried a hint of sadness as she said to Jiang Shao, one day, you'll also forget the passage of time. Jiang Shao remained silent and did not respond. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little depressing, Hu Wei hurriedly said, Lan Lan and I have been looking for the exit here, but we couldn't find it until one day we saw the wooden house built by humans just like you did. At that time, Lan Lan was also pregnant, so we stayed. Jiang Shao asked, when did this happen? Song Lan looked at the child who was sleeping soundly next door and said softly, perhaps It was 2 years ago. Jiang Shao pondered and said, before the child was born, you were looking for the exit here for 2 years? Hu Wei's smile was filled with helplessness. Perhaps, and we've never looked back. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What the hell? How the hell am I supposed to get home? The couple had never looked back and had been walking in the same direction for 2 years. Not to mention looking for an exit. They simply could not walk out of the snowfield. Hu Wei spoke again and said something that shocked Jiang Shao. When you walk for a long enough time and a long enough distance, you'll realize a fact. Jiang Shao asked, what is it? Hu Wei said, it seems familiar. Jiang Shao was shocked. What do you mean? Hu Wei said, when we crossed one snowy mountain after another and passed through one forest after another, we finally realized that we were walking in circles. Song Lan's voice became slightly agitated, as if she did not agree with Hu Wei's perspective. The disagreement between the two seemed to have been going on for a long time. We are not walking in circles. Our direction is not wrong. How could the direction of the sun's setting have changed? This world seems real, but apart from us, everything else is illusory. This world is made up of many similar scenes. Jiang Shao was shocked. Song Lan's words completely overturned Jiang Zhao's understanding of this world. There was one more night shift at 8 p.m. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 642. Wah, wah. The sound of a child crying could be heard from the stone room next door. Clearly, Song Lan's slightly agitated words and slightly raised voice had awakened the child next door. Song Lan calmed herself down and nodded at Jiang Shao. I'm sorry. Song Lan then hurriedly walked out. A moment later, Song Lan's gentle voice could be heard through the stone cave. MMM, baby be good. Don't cry. Hu Wei smiled awkwardly at Jiang Shao and changed the topic. We don't know where the owner of the tree house has gone. We've settled down here because Lan Lan is pregnant. On the other hand, we hope to wait for the owner of the tree house to return one day. We've been waiting for this moment. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, if I follow the direction of the setting sun and walk far enough, I'll come back to this scene again. If I can't find the tree house built by the humans and the two of you, will that confirm your wife's guess? Hu Wei was stunned for a moment before he advised. It took us more than 2 years to reach that familiar place. Furthermore, we accidentally stumbled upon this familiar scene. You know how much we want to go back. You should be able to understand our despair back then. Please believe in our speed and speed. If you want to confirm such a guess, is the map that big? In the cave of death in the land of Yin Zhao, Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and suddenly asked, Qin cult. Qin Wanchuan's voice sounded from behind. What's wrong? Jiang Shao asked. Does the dimensional space have an end? Qin Wanchuan was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at Jiang Hong beside him and pondered for a while before answering, yes. Jiang Shao was also stunned for a moment. Yes? Qin Wanchuan's expression was solemn. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jiang Shao said, I just want to ask if it really has a boundary. Qin Wanchuan hesitated for a moment before saying, when you walk far enough, you'll touch the air wall. Air wall? Just like the air wall in the Scourge ruins? Was every dimensional space like a space bag, except that its space was large enough to form a world? Furthermore, the holy ground was connected to the dimensional passageway, making everything even more complicated. Jiang Shao had a sullen expression. The structure of the lower and upper dimensions is different? Or could it be that both Song Lan and Hu Wei's views were biased? Haven't they gone far enough? Or are they just going around in circles? Was the so-called déjà vu scene really as they said? After all, this was a vast forest and snowy plain. After staying here for a long time, no one's mental state would be good. These snowy mountains, these forests, which one of them was not a similar scene? Based on the two of them's desperate state of mind, with their speed, they wouldn't be able to touch the boundary of the dimensional space even after 2 years. The team members looked at Jiang Shao curiously, but Han Jiangxue seemed to have realized something. Jiang Shao continued to ask, one last question. How far do you mean by far enough? Qin Wangchuan said, It's the kind of distance that you can't imagine. Focus on the present, Xiaopi. Those are not issues that we should be concerned about. As a wasteland reclaimer, you only need to know that the holy ground will always open near the space gate. Jiang Shao sighed silently and thought, the holy ground will always open near the space gate? Jiang Shao had been to many holy grounds, and the furthest one was 400 kilometers away from the space gate. Is that considered nearby? Beijiang Province, Jianan Village, the upper dimension of the snowy plain. Hui took a deep breath and listened to the lullaby coming from next door. He said, Let's talk about you, friend. I only know the team you belong to. I don't even know your name. The decoy Jiang Shao remained silent and did not respond. Hui understood the other party's mentality. The couple had absolute strength and stood at a certain height. They invited this comrade in, but this comrade had just arrived and might not be used to it yet. Slowly, he would open up to them. After all, everyone in this world was lonely. Hui asked, Are you willing to share your story with me? How did you get here? The decoy Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, I entered by accident to maintain order in the holy ground. Hui said. Then, the decoy Jiang Shao suddenly interrupted Hui and said, What realm are you in now? I can feel the star power fluctuations in your body, and the concentration is rather high. Hui paused and said with a smile, The middle stage of star C. The decoy Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. The middle stage of star C? Hui was rather forthright, or perhaps he was intentionally befriending Jiang Shao to express his sincerity. Hui immediately lit up his star map, which looked like a rope with a total of 24 star slots. Given Jiang Zhao's knowledge and acuity, he could, of course, confirm that the star power concentration was in the star C realm. However, the problem was only 16 of the star slots in his star map were lit up. There were a total of 8 star slots that could be used, and none of them had been lit up. Hui smiled helplessly and said, When Lan Lan and I served in the Guardians, we were both in the early stage of Star River. According to what you said, it's already September 2017, and we've been here for 6.5 years. Oh my, you're so pitiful, aren't you? You're already in Star C, but you only have 16 star techniques? The first and second star techniques are both of gold quality. Jiang Shao believed that Hui must have replaced his gold quality green glow and gold quality endurance here. However, there were no other creatures or star techniques here apart from the white ghouls and white ghoul witches. Even if he had broken through to Star C, he still wouldn't be able to embed any other star techniques in his star map. Hui continued, If you stay here long enough, you'll find that your realm is improving very quickly. I believe you've already discovered that the concentration of star power here is incomparable to the star power in the lower dimensions. The decoy Jiang Shao nodded. Hui gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, I used to think that the concentration of star power would only allow me to replenish star power faster. However, that's not the case. You'll find that your growth here is much faster than in the lower dimensions and on Earth. If I were still on Earth now, I might only be in the galaxy stage. At this point, Hui looked a little desolate. If I were still on Earth, I'd accept it even if I were stuck in the galaxy stage. Hui had indeed benefited from the upper dimensions. Otherwise, with his 24 star slots, it would be impossible for him to enter the middle of galaxy stage at the age of 28 or 29. That would probably require a lot of luck. If he were on Earth, he might really be stuck in a certain realm for several years without any progress. Hui was 22 years old when he went missing and was in the early stages of the galaxy stage. Song Chunxi, Wu Yao, and He Su, who were also 22 years old, were already at the peak of the galaxy stage. Under the circumstances where they worked the same amount of effort, the difference in qualifications was huge. At some point in time, Songlan had also returned and walked towards Hui. She gently pressed her hand on Hui's shoulder and comforted him silently. We've also tried to absorb the star techniques of the White Ghoul Witches, but the star map is here and we can't overcome the limitations of our professions. We can't even absorb the decoy. Songlan's qualifications were slightly worse, but as a member of the Guardians, her qualifications were above the passing line. She had 21 star slots, and her star map was a flying axe. Songlan was equally pitiful as she only had 16 star slots lit up in her star map. Besides, she was in the early galaxy stage. The upper latitude was indeed suitable for star warriors to cultivate. Songlan had to take care of her children in recent years, which took up too much of her time and energy. Back then, when this couple first explored the map and truly struggled to survive on the verge of death, their strength had truly skyrocketed. Although they spoke casually, Jiang Shao had really struggled to survive there before. He knew how difficult it was for them back then. The golden white ghouls and the golden white ghoul witches were not easy to deal with. Both of them were in the galaxy stage and did not have any medical assistance. They were both melee star warriors. If these two wanted to survive here, what kind of near-death experience did they have to go through? Jiang Shao secretly sighed and thought, if they can have a gold quality blessing, they'll probably be able to survive better there. Jiang Shao said, I'm a medical awakened, but I don't have any vitality recovery star techniques. I only have healing star techniques. If you need them, you can ask. Songlan's eyes lit up, and she lowered her head to look at Hu Wei. There'll be an additional layer of insurance when we go hunting in the future. Hu Wei looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly and asked, You, medical awakened? It couldn't be helped. When Hu Wei met Jiang Shao previously, he naturally thought that Jiang Shao was a melee awakened when he saw Jiang Zhao's magical bullet sword. In fact, with this great perfection projectile knife technique, everyone would be able to recognize the true identity hidden behind the circle mask. However, the couple had been trapped here for 6 or 7 years and did not know who Jiang Shao was at all. Wah! Wah! The sound of a child crying could be heard next door. This child is really naughty. Songlan had a hint of reproach on her face, but her behavior was not fake. She hurriedly walked out. Jiang Shao looked at Songlan's departing figure and asked, You guys have traveled so far. Have you drawn a topographic map? Hu Wei shook his head helplessly and said, For us, survival was already very difficult at the beginning, let alone other things. However, we tried it later on, but the effect was not very ideal. Hu Wei then walked to the corner of the room, opened a wooden box, and took out a white leather scroll. Did he shave off the white ghoul's fur and use it as a piece of paper? Jiang Shao grabbed the thick white leather scroll and opened it, only to see a blood-red topographic map. The paint should be the blood of the white ghouls. Jiang Shao looked at the map silently and said, I'll stay here for a few days. Hu Wei immediately nodded and said, You can stay here. Let's go hunting together. You're a medical awakened star warrior, so you'll be safer if I kill the enemies of the front. Hu Wei chuckled as he spoke. It was because he thought of the strange sword technique that Jiang Shao displayed when they first met. It seemed that this medical awakened star warrior was a master of unconventional sword techniques. However, no matter what, it was always good to have one more person. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the hardy man. It was rare for him to be so optimistic in such a tough environment. Dad. A childish voice sounded from the door. Hu Wei hurriedly turned around with a smile on his face. He hurried forward and picked up the little guy in the white ghoul fur coat. Jiang Shao sighed softly and thought, that might be the reason why Hu Wei is so optimistic. That might be the source of hope for me. Ow! The little guy was wrapped in a small and thick white ghoul fur coat and seemed to be mimicking the white ghouls as he made a face at Jiang Shao. Her 2 small hands were in a claw position, placed at the side of her face, as if she was trying to scare away this strange guy wearing a circle mask. Jiang Shao was tickled by the little fellow's cute appearance. His originally smooth and round smile became even more strange because of the slight smile on his face. Oh, the little white ghoul got a great shock and hurriedly hid in Hu Wei's arms. Seeking monthly votes, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 643. Jiang Shao began his career as a decoy in the upper dimension of the snowfield. He tried his best to collect all the intelligence and information he could while living a relatively stable life with the family of three. In the land of Yin and Zhao, in the Cave of Death, Xiaoyan was carefully holding a star bead, but she did not absorb it immediately. Instead, she seemed to be sensing something and mumbling to herself, looking rather nervous. Such a scene made the surrounding people not dare to disturb her. Song Chunxi's senses were extremely strong, and she had a peculiar expression on her face because she heard Xia Yin murmuring, Holy Spirit, toxic healer, please show yourself." Song Chunxi turned to look at Jiang Shao, unable to figure out why Jiang Shao had reached the level of an immortal. "Why doesn't he call me Grand Supreme Lao Jun or the Jade Emperor now? He's starting to call me toxic healer? Why?" Song Chunxi was unclear, but Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were well aware that Grand Supreme Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor were nowhere near as impressive as Jiang Shao. Could they absorb star techniques 100% of the time? Could they have 2 or 3 star techniques in 1 star technique? No. Jiang Shao looked at Song Chunxi in bewilderment, wondering why the gentle elder sister was looking at him that way. It was fine if she just took a glance, but who could stand it if she kept staring at him? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, "I already have someone in my heart." Song Chunxi was speechless. Jiang Shao added meekly, "You're a good person, but we're not compatible." No matter how good-tempered Song Chunxi was, she was infuriated. She glared at Jiang Shao angrily and finally retracted her gaze. "Toxic healer, listen to my orders," Xia Yin suddenly yelled, giving everyone a great shock. Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded, but he saw the star bead in Xia Yan's hand shattering. At the same time, a 2-handed sword star map appeared in front of her chest. Jiang Shao stared at the star map in front of her chest, only to see that the 16th star slot was flickering. Everyone began to get nervous, for they all knew that the Desperado star bead was extremely compatible with Xia Yan's star map. Her first Desperado star bead had already absorbed the core star technique, Blade of Desperado. Her second and third star beads had both experienced the feeling of mutual affection, but they did not succeed. In that case, the 4-star bead. "I did it." Xia Yan's beautiful eyes widened with surprise and joy. The 16th star slot suddenly lit up with a flawless platinum luster. "Oh my God, toxic healer, I praise you," Xia Yin murmured softly and waved her hand. In midair, a burst of star power gathered and pieced together continuously. Next, a platinum-colored knife appeared in her hand. The platinum color was a little too bright. It was even brighter than the weapons in the Desperado's hands. It looked like a platinum accessory under the light. Not only was the dagger bright, exquisite, and had a beautiful luster, but it was also emitting layers of platinum mist. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They had succeeded. However, Xia Yin had a look of disdain on her face. "What is this?" While thinking about it, Xia Yin threw the exquisite and flawless platinum knife away. As the knife left Xia Yan's palm, it stayed in this world for 3 seconds before disappearing without a trace. Ever since she started her career as a star warrior, Xia Yan's weapon had always been a giant steel sword. Her style was also more inclined to be a berserker than an assassin. Compared to daggers and stilettos, she definitely preferred heavy weapons. Xia Yin clenched her fists tightly and looked at the expression on her face. She seemed to have exerted all her strength, making Jiang Shao want to give her a dose of poisonous milk. "Hey!" Xia Yin let out a soft yell, and a long handle appeared in her hands. Then, the huge body of the sword began to take shape. Xia Yin looked up as the giant blade was continuously pieced together. When the giant blade was pieced together, the dazzling Desperado blade was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. As a faint mist spread from the blade, the dazzling luster was concealed. The handle was 50 centimeters long, and the blade was 150 centimeters long. The back of the blade was wide and sharp. The heavy 2-handed weapon made Xia Yin, who was already valiant and domineering, look even more majestic. So cool. Jiang Shao even wanted to take a photo to commemorate it. "Doggy, you finally evolved from a husky to a big bit." Xia Yin was overjoyed, and she looked around before tilting her head at Jiang Shao, gesturing for him to move aside. Jiang Shao hurriedly took 2 steps to the side, and at the next moment, he heard Xia Yin exclaim. Her voice was very spiritual. Yes, a person's voice would, of course, be emitted from a fixed point. However, Xia Yan's exclamation seemed to have come from a line. Bang! Jiang Shao felt a gust of wind blowing against his face, as if something had darted past him at a terrifying speed. It was as if it had teleported. It was true that before the sound arrived, the person arrived first. Almost at the same time, a heavy thud came from the corner of the tunnel in the distance. Song Chunshi hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that there was already a human-shaped outline on the stone wall. Xia Yan's body was embedded in it. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed over and pulled Xia Yan, who was deeply embedded in the stone wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Xia Yan gasped continuously while muttering to herself. The mighty giant blade of desperation in her hand had long disappeared, and she staggered. After being dragged out by Jiang Shao, she covered her head with her hands and tilted her body. Jiang Shao hurriedly supported Xia Yan, only to see that her clothes were in a mess and her head was bleeding. Please forgive Jiang Shao. He really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this how your blade of death takes you to the ends of the world? Hitting the wall with your head? Is this the star technique blade of death? This is obviously a rocket head, but isn't it? Jiang Shao leaned Xia Yan's body against the wall, causing her to feel dizzy. In the end, she tilted her body and fell to the ground. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back, and bell began ringing. Ring, 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 bell circled between the 2 of them, and quickly healed Xia Yan, whose head was bleeding profusely. Xia Yan covered her face with her hands and was on the verge of tears. She kept screaming, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Ouch!" Seeing this, Jiang Shao decided to free her. So, white light appeared on Jiang Zhao's hands, and he pushed her palms away before covering her face with both hands. A few moments later, Xia Yin collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud. This time, she didn't yell in pain. Instead, she felt completely comfortable. Jiang Shao squatted down and suggested, "Don't just focus on the blade of death. Next time, cover your entire body with star power and leave a way out for yourself." "It's my first time. I'm not used to it." Xia Yan's eyes were glazed over, and she couldn't tell if she was dizzy because of the collision or the milk. In short, it was a wonderful feeling. "Can you stand up?" Jiang Shao asked as he stretched his hand out. As soon as Xia Yan raised her hand, she heard Song Chunshi yelling, "Be careful." Jiang Shao subconsciously held the sword in his hand and didn't even have the time to turn around. Instead, he reached his right hand behind him and grabbed the handle of the giant steel sword on his shoulder. Bang! Jiang Zhao's body was blasted away like a cannonball. His kacha-kacha. The hissing sound of the skeleton was accompanied by the sound of bones moving, which filled the tunnel. Xia Yan's eyes froze, and everyone felt their vision blur. Bang! When Xia Yan, who was originally lying on the ground, appeared in front of everyone again, she was already holding the sword with both hands and clashing with the blade of death of the desperado. It was too fast. However, even that scene only lasted for a short period of time. The desperado was blasted away by the sudden force, and Xia Yan's body disappeared around the corner again. Everyone hurriedly chased after her. Of course, Jiang Shao was the fastest. With a flash, he pulled out the giant sword and returned to the corner of the tunnel again. Right in front of him was the scene of Xia Yan and the desperado clashing with each other's swords. The desperado's body was blasted away again, while Xia Yan dodged. Bang! Just like a relay, the desperado's body flew backward rapidly. Clatter! After 3 journeys, the giant blade of death in Xia Yan's hand shattered. However, Xia Yan waved her hand diagonally upwards, and another giant blade of death was formed. "Xia Yan! Han!" Jiangxue yelled. Xia Yan disappeared again almost as soon as Han Jiangxue spoke up to stop her. Whoosh! At the next moment, Xia Yan returned. Song Chunshi stared at Xia Yan with his mouth agape and thought, what kind of athletic talent is that? What kind of combat intelligence is that? The star technique that she had just absorbed only failed once. Yet, Xia Yin managed to completely master the usage of the star technique. Why is Song Chuanqi so astonished? Under normal circumstances, if Xia Yin were to directly target everyone and shuttle back, they would definitely be in a mess. However, Xia Yin's actions were simply amazing. They could tell that she should have determined her target and let the giant blade of death bring her back. However, the moment it was activated, the giant blade of death in her hand shattered. Without the guidance of the giant blade of death, Xia Yan's speed plummeted. She turned around cleverly and turned her back to everyone. She arched her legs and slid for nearly 20 meters before stopping steadily in front of everyone. At the same time, another giant blade of death had already been formed and placed in front of her. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace as he stared at the cool battle. It was so F***ing cool. Fang Xingyun always told Jiang Shao that teleportation was more advanced than rapid movement. Although that was the case, teleportation was instantaneous and there was no route of movement. Hence, it was impossible for her to glide in such a cool manner. The level of star power and the quality of star techniques really complemented each other and were indispensable. If a sniper king who had a 100% accuracy in shooting had to be equipped with a mahogany sword as a weapon, his combat power would definitely not be increased. Han Jiangxue said in a cold voice, "Your mission is to protect me. You're my last line of defense." Jiang Shao stepped forward and gently patted Xia Yan's shoulder. "Go and guard Han Jiangxue. We'll have more ways to play in the future." Xia Yan asked what? Jiang Shao said, "For example, weapon of death plus blade of death plus brutality plus body of star power." Xia Yan licked her lips excitedly and retreated towards Han Jiangxue. The body of star power that she had once feared and consumed a lot of star power seemed to be about to become the core star technique of her combat system. Unfortunately, the star techniques of Flame Arc, Frost Wind, and Shadow Blade could not be enlarged. Although they could be used in the state of the body of star power, they could only be used on the body. Xia Yan couldn't throw out the massive Flame Arc or Shadow Blade. However, such requirements were indeed too high. At this moment, Xia Yan was already perfect enough. Brutality came at the cost of going crazy and increasing her physical fitness greatly. However, Jiang Zhao's bell could make Xia Yan calm down immediately. As for the abnormal consumption of star power by the body of star power, there was no problem. As long as Jiang Shao was around, nothing would be a problem. The successful absorption of the star technique of death allowed Jiang Shao to foresee the future of the brutal warrior. When a berserk giant charged through thousands of troops with an unstoppable momentum, people would see what a true killing machine was. The weapon of death had completely liberated the blade of death. As long as the core star technique of the brutal warrior could be used, Xia Yan would be completely freed. As long as he could adapt to Xia Yan's sudden change in combat style, Jiang Shao would be able to keep up with her rhythm. Get reckless, Xia Yan. There are too many strange worlds of other dimensions waiting for us to conquer in our lives as Star Warriors. Top. Chapter 644. A week later, the team of 4 walked out of the Cave of Desperation on time. They strictly followed the time requirements and did not cause any trouble for the other teams. The Cave of Desperation was not a place that could be entered casually. Since the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Guardians had a prior agreement, it would be better for the team to avoid trouble. The trip also made the team of 4 earn a lot of money. The spoils of war were divided into 4 portions, but Han Jiangxue, who did not need such star beads, naturally gave her portion to Jiang Shao. Xia Yan had already learned the corresponding star techniques, Weapon of Desperation and Blade of Desperation. After a round of exchange, Jiang Shao, who had 2 portions of the spoils of war, had a total of 29 Desperado star beads and 29 Desperado star beads. Xia Yan had collected 8 Desperado star beads and 21 Desperado star beads, while Song Chuanqi had 15 and 14 Desperado star beads respectively. To Song Chuanqi, The galaxy star beads was still far away, but it was never wrong to be prepared in advance. For 7 whole days, everyone fought fiercely, and on average, 16 to 17 desperado creatures died in their hands every day. Those were platinum-quality creatures. With the meticulous cooperation of the team of 4, they managed to get through the daunting experience without any mishaps. Jiang Zhao's existence not only became the first line of defense of the team, but also ensured the overall endurance of the team. Song Chuanxi once again felt the power of the medical support of a world champion. Her teammate, Hisu, could also be called a world-class medical star warrior, but Hisu was clearly purely a support. The toxic healer was different. The medical awakened should be protected by the team, but in this team, it seemed more like the medical awakened was the one protecting everyone. The score here and outside would be huge. Not only did the melee fighter appear out of nowhere, he even had a medical star technique. Who could stand it? Everyone rushed back to the capital star warriors while Song Chunxi began her career as a teaching assistant. Jiang Xiao and the other 2-year 2 students finally got back on track and began their studies. Compared to year 1, the curriculum for year 2 was much easier, but it was also very tight. All the cultural lessons were piled up on Mondays and Wednesdays, while Thursdays and Sundays were breaks for the practical teachers to formulate training plans and go out for training. As students of the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, Jiang Xiao and the others did not have a teacher for practical training. Their instructor was Qin Wangchuan. Naturally, Jiang Xiao and the others became free labor and replaced the instructors of a group of Wasteland Reclaimers. The instructors focused on teaching the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, while Jiang Xiao and the others began to take turns on duty. The only troublesome thing was that after some students figured out Jiang Zhao's schedule, they would always come to the administrative building of the school to secretly take pictures of him. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were celebrities, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were world-class star warriors. There were plenty of people who were stronger than them, but the two of them were too famous, especially Jiang Xiao. Currently, Jiang Xiao and the rest were considered to be on duty for 1 day and 2 days off. If he had classes on Monday to Wednesday, he would go to class during the day and continue to be on duty at night. If he had classes on Thursday to Sunday, he would have to be on duty for a full 24 hours before getting off work. During Jiang Zhao's third shift, a photo spread like wildfire on the internet. The photo was obviously taken secretly from outside the administrative building. Jiang Xiao was wearing a desert camouflage short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the word Wasteland on his armband was inconspicuous. However, it was definitely a piece of important news. The toxic healer was sitting in front of the office desk, resting his chin on one hand and looking lost in thought. Clearly, he was in the process of slacking off. Although the unscrupulous media did not know anything, the rumors they created were getting more and more impressive. The world champion Jiang Xiaopi has officially joined the Wasteland Reclaimers. He's sitting in the office for a long time and is afraid that he will be assigned to a clerical job. Students or teachers? Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi have reached an agreement with Capital Star Warriors to teach. They've transformed from students to teachers. After the students of the Capital Star Warrior School patiently explained everything and the truth was revealed, the toxic milk powder burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaopi, Capital Star Warriors instructor? A Wasteland Reclaimer soldier? You guys are thinking too much. I'm just a gatekeeper. Gatekeeper Jiang Xiaopi, Capital Star Warriors, is impressive. The world champion is going home to guard the door. He's so impressive. I keep feeling that my God Pie is lacking something. Someone, give my God Pie a key to the door. Did you see that? Don't become a world champion in the future. Why'd you come back? Aren't you just a gatekeeper? I finally know why the sweeping monks are so impressive. It turns out that they're all retired from the world champions. Jiang Xiao felt bitter. He wasn't slacking off, he was absorbing star power. He was thinking about how to become stronger every minute and second. Due to the fact that the reputation of Capital Star Warriors had been greatly affected, Jiang Xiao and the others kept the curtains closed while they were on duty on a hot day, closing the curtains and staying in a house with little Jiang Xue to enjoy the air conditioning was rather unique. Qin Wanchuan was preparing for the next training mission in the dimensional space for the four of them. With the combat strength of the four of them, the training point was naturally quite difficult. This also caused them to need a certain amount of time to contact and prepare. To his surprise, Jiang Xiao received a message after only 3 shifts. This message came from someone in the northwest. The number of punctuation marks was almost as many as the number of words. Return to the team, assessment. Oh, is Sister P going to participate in the induction assessment? Jiang Xiao looked at the message on his mobile phone and grinned helplessly. I can't split myself up. Actually, I do have a clone, but it's playing with the child in the snowfield. Hu Wei and Songlan's child had some special hobbies. For some reason, he especially liked crows. Ever since he saw Jiang Xiao transform into a crow, he had been pestering Jiang Xiao to transform into a crow every day. Jiang Xiao couldn't bear to reject the little white ghoul, and had no choice but to play with him every day. Military orders had to be obeyed, not to mention that he had promised second last previously. Feeling helpless, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to apply for leave from Vice Principal Yang Chen. Principal Yang agreed readily. Ever since the incident at the Yin Court, second last, as the representative of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest, personally came to the school to communicate with the leadership. Hence, Jiang Zhao's identity as a light chaser had become an open secret among the leadership. However, when he applied for leave, Vice Principal Yang specially reminded him that there was news from the Star Pets, and he hoped that Jiang Xiao would return as soon as possible. It took Jiang Xiao quite a while to apply for leave from Qin Wanchuan. The Wasteland Reclaimers were clearly unwilling to let him go, but as a light chaser, Jiang Xiao indeed had a mission to carry out. Hence, Qin Wanchuan had no choice but to ask Jiang Xiao to get out of his sight unwillingly. In fact, Jiang Xiao wasn't too sure if second last had asked him to return to the Northwest because she saw that he was living a leisurely life as a gatekeeper. After bidding farewell to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin, Jiang Xiao boarded the military plane to Ka City. There were some benefits to being a soldier, as he would always be able to board a suitable military plane. Jiang Xiao could also tell that the Northwest region was not peaceful, and there were frequent changes in personnel. After spending most of the day flying from the neck to the buttocks, Jiang Xiao felt that it was all worth it when he saw second last. In a military airport, second last crossed her arms and watched the military plane descend silently. She, who had good eyesight, immediately saw Jiang Xiao peeking out of the window. Second last seemed to be too lazy to wait for the military plane to stop. She waved at Jiang Xiao while the military plane was still gliding. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment and thought, "There's so many soldiers around me. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? All right, who cares? You're the commanding officer. You call the shots." At the next moment, Jiang Xiao carried his school bag and appeared in front of second last. Second last turned around and gestured to the military vehicle in the distance. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but mutter softly, "You didn't even give me a hug." Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Xiao from the corner of her eye. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "You sent me a message in the morning and I traveled across China to rush here. You didn't even say a word. I'm not happy." Second last remained silent for a while before saying, "There are many people here." Jiang Xiao was instantly stunned. "That's interesting, isn't it?" Jiang Xiao asked excitedly. "What if there aren't many people?" Second last said, "I'll kick you." Jiang Xiao was speechless. When they got into the military vehicle, the two of them sat in the back seat. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao's sulky expression and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Xiao muttered, "Thank you for saving me some face. You're so considerate." Second last grabbed the vertical beam of the convertible military vehicle and said, "The person you recommended has a character." Jiang Xiao paused and chuckled to himself. "He's very capable too." Second last humped casually and declined to comment. The military vehicle drove all the way out of the airport and drove into a military camp after another 3 hours. The vehicle slowly stopped, and second last got out. Jiang Shao hurriedly jumped out and said, "You haven't told me how to do the assessment." Second last said, "I've gotten your black and white candle back for you." Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened, and he thought, "Is Flash getting my Pokemon back? That little guy has probably suffered a lot." Under second last lead, Jiang Shao followed her into an office building and into the conference room on the first floor. As soon as he entered, Jiang Shao saw a familiar figure sitting quietly on the chair with his eyes fixed on a pocket watch. There was a tall and slender man sitting opposite the conference table with a braid on the back of his head. Jiang Shao had no idea how the braid was tied up. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, and he had some stubble on his face. He crossed his legs and rested his left elbow on the conference table while wearing a pocket watch chain on his right hand. The pocket watch below the chain was swaying left and right like a pendulum. He then stared at the swaying clock and moved it back and forth. The man's voice was gentle, almost as gentle as the male host's. "You feel very relaxed, very relaxed." Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face, and he couldn't associate this man with the great sage. Didn't second last say that the great sage was a hot-tempered and boorish man? What the hell is this lazy and casual vibe? What the hell is this braid? Second last said coldly, "Fu Hei." "Shoo, I'm almost there. Give me some time," the man named Fu Hei said as he raised his hand and pointed a finger at second last. His eyes were lively as he carefully observed Ho Mingming's expression. His voice was extremely gentle. "You feel like you're sleeping on a soft bed. It's very comfortable and comfortable. Your eyelids are heavy and you're feeling sleepy. Wow, wait a minute, second last." Second last kicked the man named Fu Hei away, and with a loud thud, he smashed several chairs and was kicked to the corner of the wall. Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded. Second last? What kind of immortal title is that? Smack, smack. Second last leaned forward with one hand on her left side and snapped her fingers twice in Ho Mingming's direction. Ho Mingming shivered slightly and suddenly looked up at second last with a bewildered expression. 3 seconds later, Ho Mingming stood up abruptly and pulled the bow in a perfect posture. The dark arrow was immediately aimed at Fu Hei, who was wailing while covering his head with his hands. Second last said through gritted teeth, "Stop." Ho Mingming stared at Fu Hei while her chest heaved up and down violently. Her fingertips turned pale, and her fingers that were holding onto the arrow were trembling. It was hard to ensure that she would listen to orders when she was furious. After all, she wasn't a real soldier yet, and she didn't seem to have the concept of obeying orders in her head. Smack, smack. All of a sudden, she snapped her fingers twice again. Ho Mingming turned around abruptly, only to see a familiar face. Xiaopi? Ho Mingming was slightly stunned. Since she had the star technique of perception, she shouldn't have been so slow to react. However, the hypnosis just now had indeed interfered with her brain. Jiang Shao raised a finger and swung it left and right. He said, "If you feel relaxed now, you'll put down the arrow in your hand." Ho Mingming was speechless. The atmosphere in the room was extremely strange. 2 seconds later, Ho Mingming glared at Fu Hei hatefully and waved her hand, after which the bow and arrow in her hand disappeared. She then sat down on the chair. This time, it was Fu Hei's turn to be dumbfounded. He hugged his head and curled up in the corner while staring at Jiang Shao with widened eyes. "What kind of demon is this?" Fu Hei asked in a daze. "What kind of hypnosis star technique is this? Why is the effect so strong?" Jiang Shao said weakly, "This is not a star technique. This is love. In this world, only a father's sincere love can change the rebellious and violent souls." Apex. Chapter 645. Those who have subscribed to all the chapters can now receive the glory of the great God. He opened the official website of Qidian and clicked on 9 stars of poison milk. There was a small badge on the right side of the web page, which he clicked on to receive. This paragraph is free of charge. Reporting. Just when the atmosphere in the conference room was getting awkward, a sonorous voice came from the door. Jiang Shao turned his head, and his eyes lit up. It was a man who was about 190 centimeters tall and had long limbs. His arms, in particular, almost reached the middle of his thighs. Although his arms and legs were long, his body was rather sturdy, and he looked strong and powerful. His eyes were sharp, his nose bridge was high, and his lips were thin. He looked like a heartless, unruly master. His hair was short on the sides and messy and fluffy on top. If he wanted to, his bangs could cover his eyes. Second Last didn't turn around and said, "Throw him out and take a seat." "Don't, Second Last." Fu Hei frantically got up. Of course, he knew who Second Last was giving orders to. Fu Hei scooted over and said smilingly, "Aren't you short of manpower? I volunteer to come here. You cannot give me some face." Jiang Shao glanced at Fu Hei and thought, "Face? I've already kicked him just now, and he's still talking about the issue of face?" To his surprise, Second Last's next words made Jiang Shao freeze in shock. Second Last said, "You're the captain of Light Chaser. I'm recruiting a member." Fu Hei frantically exclaimed, "Second captain? Captain of Second High School. Second captain? Stop joking. I'm not the captain. I've been dismissed long ago. Do a good deed and take me to your independent team." Second Last turned around and looked down at Fu Hei coldly. "Throw him out." The strong man at the door immediately walked in. To his surprise, Fu Hei was just like a slippery eel. He used Second Last as a pillar and actually played a game of King Qin walking around the pillar. The man who had been fooled was indignant. He could tell that he was really hot-tempered because he even flashed his star map. It was a golden red rod star map with 28 star slots shining on it. In an instant, majestic star power surged out. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows slightly and pressed on the huge conference table with one hand to ensure that it wouldn't be overturned. Second Last also realized that something was amiss. She grabbed Fu Hei's collar and said through gritted teeth, "Your identity as a guardian of the night is the only reason you're still alive now." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Fu Hei's reaction was rather interesting. Fu Hei stopped smiling mischievously and stared at Second Last with an intense gaze. "I want to join the team," Second Last said. "You're a squadron leader or even a captain." "Fu Hei, I am now an ordinary soldier. I think I have the ability to join your team." "If your team is lacking members, why can't I?" Second Last said slowly, "Who didn't listen to me." Fu Hei stared at Second Last silently and broke free from her grasp a few seconds later. "No problem." Fu Hei then walked towards the door and patted the burly man on the shoulder when he passed by him. "You have a good aura." The man smirked, and at the instant that the two of them crossed paths, his eyes glistened and he smiled arrogantly. Fu Hei wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he shrugged and strode away. Second Last humphed and said, "Take a seat." The man put away the star map and walked towards the inner side of the conference room, where he sat next to Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao could tell that he was indeed a person who would fight to the death over a disagreement. Second Last also pointed at him and said, "Sun Dasheng, Zhong Jiren, your senior." Jiang Shao, Sai Sun, dashing up curiously and thought, "Is he actually a senior of the Star Warriors University? He seems to be 27 or 28 years old. I reckon he's only graduated a few years ago." In fact, when Ho Mingming was in year 1, Sun Dasheng was in year 4. When Ho Mingming was in year 4, Jiang Shao happened to be in year 1. This team is rather interesting. Alumni gathering? Jiang Shao sat opposite the two of them and asked, "What happened to Fu Hei just now?" Second Last hesitated for a moment and said, "He disobeyed orders on the battlefield and was removed from his position." Second Last's words sounded casual, but Jiang Shao was astonished. Disobeyed orders on the battlefield? Is that something that can be solved simply by removing him from his position? Second Last sensed Jiang Zhao's bewilderment and explained, "Although he disobeyed orders, it turns out that his judgment was right and he completed the mission successfully." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Why did he insist on joining your team then?" Second Last said simply, "Because our team is relatively independent and he has more freedom." Let's end this topic here. Second Last then sat down and gently tapped the table with her slender fingers while staring at the two of them. "Don't." Dong, dong. What made Jiang Shao feel amused was that the rhythm of second-last fingertips tapping on the table was actually extremely close to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Ho Mingming puffed out her chest and stared at second last with a pair of scorching eyes. Sun Dasheng flicked his fluffy hair and tilted his head slightly before looking up at second last without saying a word. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that his heartbeat was following second last fingers. Dong, dong, dong. She also began tapping the table a little faster. Jiang Shao wanted to say, "I want to pee," but he didn't dare as second last suddenly said, "I need a vanguard team that can tear apart any line of defense." Sun Dasheng said, "Give me 3 teammates who can keep up with my rhythm." As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Mingming turned around to look at Sun Dasheng. Although they were from the same sect, this senior of his did not give him any face at all. His words were so straightforward. The venue was obviously an interview for the two of them, but Sun Dasheng rejected Ho Mingming immediately. Second last fingertips tapped the table faster and faster, but Sun Dasheng remained unmoved. However, Ho Mingming's heart was pounding faster and faster. The arrogant second last was indeed infuriated by Sun Dasheng's disregard, and she was also influenced by second last. "Ha!" She snapped her fingers. Ho Mingming subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he was frowning at her. Second last stopped tapping the table and turned to look at Jiang Shao. She said expressionlessly, "What kind of person can keep up with your rhythm?" She was obviously talking to Sun Dasheng, but the way she looked at Jiang Shao made him know that she was blaming him for causing trouble just now. Sun Dasheng grinned and raised his head slightly before pointing at Jiang Shao with his chin. "Are you willing to give them to me?" Second last finally looked away and turned to look at Sun Dasheng. She said in a hoarse voice, "You have a big appetite." Sun Dasheng said matter-of-factly, "As long as the supplies are in place, I can tear apart any line of defense for you." Jiang Shao smacked the table and exclaimed righteously, "Examinee, watch your language. Why are you targeting the examiners?" Sun Dasheng was clearly stunned. Clearly, he had yet to get used to being the toxic healer. Jiang Shao was also amazed by his second last attitude. First, it was Fu Hei, then it was Sun Dasheng. Jiang Shao could testify that he had never seen anyone who dared to show off in front of second last. Without a doubt, second last was communicating with both Fu Hei and Sun Dasheng on an equal footing. Needless to say, Fu Hei's achievements and position were obvious. In fact, he might even be one level higher than second last. Jiang Shao reckoned that although Fu Hei disobeyed orders, he completed his mission perfectly and gained the approval of many soldiers, including second last. As for Sun Dasheng, second last had always admired him. There were a few keywords that Jiang Shao remembered very clearly: loyal, fiery, tough, yet meticulous, brave, and tenacious. However, Jiang Shao had no idea how much effort second last had put in to get Sun Dasheng to join the Guardians of the Night. Hence, she was being courteous to the wise. To second last, being able to communicate with Jiang Shao on an equal footing was already considered courteous to her. For example, Sun Dasheng's words were so aggressive now, and it was already good enough that second last didn't ask him to stand in the corner. Second last glanced at the door thoughtfully. Although her vision was blocked, she could sense that Captain Fu was still there. She felt that he would definitely be able to keep up with Sun Dasheng's pace. In fact, he didn't even need to go through an assessment. However, how could she let someone who was about to be promoted to a captain be an ordinary light chaser in the team? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Sun Dasheng was the captain of the team, which was appointed by second last. She believed in Sun Dasheng's abilities, and a good general would undoubtedly determine the style and temperament of the entire team. All of a sudden, second last fell in a deep thought. She was thinking about whether she should take over Fu Hei's mess. Although Fu Hei was highly regarded by the soldiers, the higher-ups were not satisfied with him. Besides, Fu Hei had changed the tactics that they had already set and disobeyed orders on the spot. Fu Hei's style was to be flexible and flexible. There's no need to set any tactical guidelines at all. Anyway, I'll change them at the last minute. You just have to tell me what the objective of the mission is and send me to the battlefield to watch me perform. From that perspective, it's not a bad choice to make him a soldier, is it? There was silence in the room, and Home Mingming, who was favored by the heavens, once again felt neglected. However, this time, Home Mingming calmed down a lot. At least, she didn't show it. Jiang Shao secretly nodded and thought to himself, "Grow up, Sister P. Let's prove ourselves with our abilities. I need a vanguard team that can tear apart any line of defense." Second last suddenly raised her head and looked at Home Mingming. Home Mingming nodded gently and said, "In that case, I'll have a place in this team." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Her answer was calm and composed. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "You like her, huh?" Second last naturally noticed the joy on Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "How should I explain this? If you were in my shoes, you'd be happy to see your child grow up step by step." Home Mingming's growth was obvious to all. If it were the Home Mingming before the World Cup, she would have probably been infuriated when she was being belittled. The Wasteland Reclaimers and the Mountain Crushers would all cry and beg Home Mingming to join them. How could she suffer such grievances? However, looking at her current behavior, how could Jiang Shao not be happy? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and immediately asked, "Are you jealous?" Second last was speechless. Climax. Chapter 646. I've written some extra words in the 4,200-word chapter. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. Please vote for the Toxic Healer. In the conference room, Second last looked at Home Mingming quietly. Although she was expressionless, Jiang Shao knew that she was very satisfied with Home Mingming's answer. After a while, Second last said, "Nine-tailed, and I will be your teammates for the time being. The assessment mission this time is to destroy the holy ground. Let me see how strong you two are." Destroy the holy ground? Attack? Perhaps to the two of them, it wasn't considered an attack at all. Go back and rest. Gather at the entrance of the military camp at 9 p.m., Second last said as she stood up. Jiang Shao stood up too, only to discover that Second last had pressed her hands on the conference table and was leaning forward to look at them. She said in a hoarse and stern voice, "No matter what you think, this is my team. Listen to my orders. It's your duty." A trace of red star power suddenly flashed in Sun Dashing's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He stared at Second last silently and stood up. "Yes," he exclaimed. Home Mingming stood up too and watched Second last and Jiang Shao leave. Deep down, she was thinking about what Jiang Shao had said to her back in Neon. "I have a friend with a bad voice who can make you an obedient kitten." Home Mingming had to admit that the commanding officer was indeed rather domineering. If it were someone of a lower level, or who wasn't mentally strong enough, they would have been defeated easily. After the two officers left, Sun Dasheng and Home Mingming left quickly too. It was already in the afternoon, and since the mission would start at 9 p.m., they should indeed prepare in advance. Second last did not bring Jiang Shao out of the building. Instead, they went straight to the third floor and entered an office. Jiang Shao sized up the clean and bright office curiously, only to see that there was a green plant in the corner that brought a hint of coolness to the hot summer day. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Do you have an office?" Second last nodded and said, "Yes, but not here. I borrowed it." Second last then sat behind the desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a folder. She then threw it on the table and said, "Sun Dasheng." "Oh." Jiang Shao stepped forward, picked up the documents, and flipped through them. Before the mission, it was compulsory to know the star techniques and characteristics of their teammates. Of course, Jiang Shao knew Home Mingming's style, characteristics, and combination of star techniques. Hence, Second last only gave Jiang Shao information about Sun Dasheng. And this Sun Dasheng, the list of star techniques displayed a very distinct regional characteristic. If you looked closely, you could even see the trajectory of his life. The first few star techniques were all melee star techniques used in the north. They were common, but had extraordinary effects. Boorish men come from the middle, and boorish men come from the armory. The star technique's fangs, hatred, severe damage, brutality, and body of star power were all from the arsenal. Jiang Shao also had reason to believe that the useless brass-quality star technique fangs was the price he had to pay for absorbing hatred. Flame arc and flame crack came from the volcanic dimension, while perception, agility, sharpness, and battle howl came from under the starry sky of Great Ming Province. The first 10 star techniques were all from the northeast region. Since then, he began to acquire star techniques from the surrounding areas of the capital. He reckoned that he had obtained those star techniques during his university days. Flame resistance, and lava star techniques were clearly from the flame inquisition of the dimensional space that was the overlord of the capital. The great sage seemed to have a special liking for the star techniques of the Shadow series. Or perhaps it was because the star technique was really powerful and all melee fighters would love it. He had all 3 sets of shadow summoning, shadow transformation, and shadow pursuit. Sun Dashing's advanced star techniques were very interesting. Jiang Shao actually saw a giant spirit strike. It's rather impressive, isn't it? However, Jiang Shao carefully looked at Sun Dashing's star technique and thought to himself, although it's powerful, it would be difficult for Sun Dashing to defeat Ho Mingming if he were to destroy the holy ground instead of fighting with others. Ho Mingming was an output cannon that was definitely not afraid of anyone in a race. Everyone's star map was different, and Jiang Shao didn't know the specific effects of the Great Sage's star map. While looking at Sun Dashing's information, Jiang Shao said, "I found him." Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao threw the information on the table, pulled a chair over, and sat opposite second last. He then looked at her and repeated, "I found him." Second last reacted quickly, and her pupils constricted slightly. Found him? Of course, second last was full of confidence in the survival of the soldiers in the upper dimension. Given the strength of the soldiers, it was definitely possible for them to survive. What could really cause the soldiers to lose their lives was not a problem of strength, but a problem of mentality. Anyone who survived in that isolated prison would definitely have a heart full of holes. Hence, what really shocked second last was that Jiang Shao actually managed to find them. Second last said, "It's safe here." Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, "It's a couple, Hu Wei and Songlan. They also have a child who's 3 or 4 years old. He's a boy and he's very adorable." Second last looked at Jiang Shao silently, and her stiff expression eased up a little when she heard the word child. Jiang Shao smiled helplessly and said, "As for why he's 3 or 4 years old, it's because his parents don't know how long it's been. They don't have any concept of time or any reference materials there." Second last leaned back against the back of the chair and crossed her arms before staring at Jiang Shao quietly. Jiang Shao could tell from her body language that there was a hint of resistance. She was obviously defending herself, not against Jiang Zhao's attack, but against the impact of Jiang Zhao's words. Second last asked, "Where are they?" Jiang Shao spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's the same snowfield everywhere. There's nothing, and I don't know where I am either." Second last nodded silently and said, "That's one of the reasons why the country prohibits the search and rescue of the upper level. Those who go there will never be able to come out again." Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "All I can do is talk to them about what happened in the past few years and play with the child. That child loves the one-eyed crow, and I've been playing with him in the form of a crow. Maybe he hasn't seen too many creatures since he was born." Second last sat in the swivel chair and spun around slightly. She then looked out the window and said, "Parents, white ghoul witch and white ghouls. Those are the only creatures in his life." Jiang Shao said, "Yeah." Second last asked, "What's his name?" Jiang Shao said, "Hu Shuyuan. His nickname is Yuan Yuan." "Hu Shuyuan." Second last murmured the name softly with a bitter smile on her lips. The couple is really strong enough to give their child such a name. After a while, second last said, "Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault." Jiang Shao said. Second last turned around and placed her elbows on the desk. She leaned forward and said, "The country and all of us are well aware that our soldiers are in the upper dimensions of countless dimensional spaces. However, we've tried all sorts of methods, but in the end, we have no choice but to admit defeat. There's nothing we can do. Staring at Jiang Zhao's silence, second last continued. Just like what you experienced in the Tribunal Yin incident, the 29 soldiers who have been lost forever. We have indeed destroyed the holy ground and closed the dimensional gate on Earth, but we have no way of knowing if that space has really been destroyed or if they are still living in the Judgment Hall of Flame. Jiang Zhao leaned forward and placed his elbows on the desk while staring at second last. I'll play with Yuan for a few more days before I set off. Second last asked, huh? Jiang Zhao said, I'll find a way out. 1 year, 3 years, or even 10 years. I'll definitely find the exit. Second last remained silent and didn't comment on it. Soldiers going missing in the upper dimensions have been around for decades. Yet, they still hadn't returned after such a long time. If you want to find the exit, Jiang Zhao said, just like how I found the family of 3 in the endless snowfield, I believe I'll find the exit. Second last remained silent. Jiang Zhao said, if necessary, I can die too. I'll then reactivate the decoy and enter the snowfield again. I'll find a couple again and bring them some star beads and clocks. I'll also bring some toys and books for Yuan. Jiang Zhao said with a solemn and firm expression, I still have a long life ahead of me. I have a lifetime to do this. One day, I'll bring Yuan home and we'll return to this colorful world. Second last didn't expect Jiang Zhao to say such words. It turned out that he wasn't acting in a fit of pique, nor was he eager for instant success. Once he said that, he would do it for the rest of his life. Second last knew that he was a person who believed in promises and would keep his promises. Every choice and achievement he made along the way had proven his faith time and time again. Second last stretched her hand out and pressed it against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. She then said, do it quietly, don't tell them. Don't give them any hope. No matter how strong they seem, don't be the straw that breaks their back. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, I know. Second last said, you have to know that countless people have been rushing to the upper dimensions for a long time, but there hasn't been any results after decades. I hope you can calm down. Let me know if you need anything. Jiang Zhao nodded again. Second last retracted her body, leaned over, and opened the cabinet under the desk. She then pulled out a shivering little guy. The little guy's skin was black and translucent, and there was white star power flowing in it. The little guy had white eyes and a white flame burning on its head. Due to the fact that its body was soft and smooth, its body was a little deformed when second last picked it up. Second last pressed the black and white candle on the table and said to Jiang Zhao, I won't stop you from doing what you want to do, but I have a request for you too. Okay. Jiang Zhao looked at the black and white candle and gestured for second last to continue. Second last said sternly, the days have to go on. Life here is the most realistic. You have a lot of unfinished business, and there are many people who care about you. Don't indulge in the dream of the upper level. You're an optimistic and cheerful person. Countless ancestors have created the environment for you to grow up in. All of them want to see you grow up healthily and rise. Don't be depressed. It was rare for second last to say so much. She even repeated what she said just now. The days have to go on. Jiang Zhao took the black and white candle. The little guy had escaped from the clutches of the great demon king, and it did not care who this strange guy in front of it was. It directly threw itself into Jiang Zhao's arms, looking aggrieved and rubbing its cheeks left and right. Don't worry, I won't. Jiang Zhao stopped abruptly because the information in his internal star map made him feel astonished. Golden red candle cub, mutated, black and white, brass quality, star technique. 1. Impact, rampage, brass quality, upgradable 2. Cold, ice cold, brass quality, upgradable 3. Brightness, the candle is bright, brass quality, upgradable 4. Dependence, maximizes the clinginess of the Candle Cub clan. It can integrate with another star beast of a dimension and survive together. Unknown quality, mutated Candle Cub exclusive, upgradable. Note, there is a certain chance of failure during the fusion process, which may result in the death of the two star beasts of a dimension. Do you want to tame into a pet? Oh my god! Jiang Shao stared at the coquettish black and white candle cub in his arms with his mouth agape, feeling rather overwhelmed. The Candle Cub clan was indeed clingy. They were timid, obedient, and afraid of strangers. However, once they realized that the other party had no ill intentions or even treated them slightly better, they would open their hearts and play happily with them. A typical example was Junior's sister Enni in the Night Disaster Mountain. After giving her a star power candy, the golden red candle cub refused to leave her arms. Another example was the incident in the Night Disaster Mountain. Jiang Shao and Second Last fought their way through the forest. On the chaotic and noisy battlefield, the golden red candle cub discovered that their target was only the golden red giant worm. Not only did the golden red candle cub not get out of danger quickly, but they also gathered at the feet of the two of them and followed them while shivering in fear. Dependence was only shown in life and death situations. For example, Jiang Zhao's real body had never seen the black and white candle cub before. Back then, it was the masked nine-tailed who carried the black and white candle cub back. However, after the black and white candle cub broke free from Second Last clutches, it pounced directly into Jiang Zhao's arms. Compared to being afraid of strangers, it was clearly more clingy. Jiang Zhao's response was to gently rub its body, which made the black and white candle cub even more. Jiang Shao was very certain that the ordinary golden red candle cub definitely did not have a 4-star technique. Otherwise, the star technique dependence would have long been developed and a large number of star pets would have been produced. There would definitely be introductions on the internet too. Besides, the information transmitted from the internal star map was also very accurate. The internal star map clearly indicated that dependence was the exclusive star technique of the mutated candle cub. This mutated little guy is rather impressive. It has maximized its characteristics and directly upgraded it to a mutated star technique. Unknown quality? Exclusive mutated star technique? Can't be upgraded. That's what it means to be truly honorable. However, why can it only be integrated with star beasts of other dimensions? Where's the clingy cub? Is this a star octopus beast? Wouldn't it be great if you integrated with me? I'm not afraid of death. Wait a minute. Jiang Shao scratched his head. It was indeed difficult for him to die, but if he were to be punished by the special attributes and be judged to have failed the integration, he would be judged to have died. Scatter flowers? Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver and hug the black and white candle cub in his arms. Oh! The black and white candle cub struggled slightly and swung its tiny feet back and forth, trying hard to lean into Jiang Zhao's arms top. Chapter 647. At the side, Second Last had long discovered Jiang Zhao's strange behavior. She asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and looked at Second Last. All of a sudden, he thought of something and asked, "What did the Star Beast Research Lab manage to discover? Is there any conclusion?" Second Last shook her head and said, "Apart from the difference in color, the second special star technique, iciness, has a certain refreshing effect. As for the rest, it's the same as the golden candle flame." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Refresh my mind? What do you mean? Is there hope for the little panda? Pandas have the sloth divine technique. Can I try to fuse them?" What did Second Last just say? The results of the research are, apart from the color and the second star technique, everything else is the same as the golden candle flame? Oh my god, this is different. It's definitely different. Since those people were willing to return the black and white candle to Jiang Shao, it proved that they indeed did not manage to research the mutated star technique of this mutated star beast. That should be confirmed. They probably put the black and white candle in a cage to research, right? If it was placed with other star beasts, there would be a certain probability of becoming dependent. Actually, that was not quite right. The black and white candle appeared during the Troubled Night Mountain incident. Of course, there were all kinds of golden candle flames and golden red poisonous worms that appeared together with it. Jiang Shao thought that the black and white candle had many opportunities to come into contact with other star beasts, So why had it never become dependent? For the purpose of survival, the golden red giant worm had slaughtered the golden red candle flame wantonly and absorbed the star power in the golden red candle flame's body. In order to survive, the black and white candle flame should have merged with the golden red giant worm long ago. Hence, there should be a certain special requirement for dependence. Jiang Shao looked at second last and said, "Did they try to breed? See if they can produce a mutated one?" Second last said, "I'm not sure." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's a little special. I like it very much." Second last answered, "Don't absorb it as a star pet. It has no combat power at all." Jiang Shao was a little disdainful, and he wondered why. "Because I can upgrade the star pet's star techniques." It was clearly written in the internal star map that its 3 brass quality star techniques could be upgraded: impact, coldness, and light. What kind of effect would there be after upgrading the quality? However, at present, Jiang Shao still did not know how to upgrade the quality of its star technique. He reckoned that he would probably have to wait until he truly absorbed it as a star pet before he would have further information. Should I throw it into the Shadow Ruins and let it play with the bell? In fact, after learning about the 4th mutated star technique of the black and white candle flame, Jiang Shao was a little worried. Although the black and white candle flame had come into contact with countless golden red candle flames and golden red giant worms when it surged out of the holy ground, it had never relied on any living creatures. But what if it liked to ring the bell? When Jiang Shao entered the Shadow of Calamity Ruins again, he would see a pink bell chasing a burning candle bell. That would be hilarious. Looking at how clingy and adorable the little guy was, Jiang Shao couldn't bear to throw it back into the cupboard. It had suffered too much after being locked up for so long. Give it to someone to look after? It would be fine if Jiang Shao didn't know about the 4th star technique of the black and white candle flame, but now that he knew about it, Jiang Shao cherished it even more. Not only did he not intend to let it come into contact with other star beasts, but he also didn't want to hand it over to others. However, Jiang Shao had to go on a mission again. This directly absorb it as a pet. Would second last be willing? Explain it to her again. The more he said, the more untenable it would be. The star technique of the black and white candle flame could be upgraded. In fact, other star pets could also upgrade their star techniques. Back when Jiang Shao was in the Black Rock Mountain, the list of star techniques given to him had options for upgrading. See Chapter 390 for details. If any star pet could upgrade their star technique, there would be no reason for Jiang Shao to absorb the weak star beast. How should I explain the 4th special star technique of the black and white candle flame to second last? My star map is really amazing. It's so amazing that I can see the list of star techniques of star beasts and even have a brief introduction. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided that he would wait until he returned to the lounge before domesticating it into a pet. If second last were to ask, he would just say that it was thrown into the Scourge Ruins. That would make it easier to explain. In the future, when Jiang Shao took out the fused candlelight panda, he would tell another story. From the perspective of others, it would not be a problem to absorb the panda first. Jiang Shao came up with a plan and seemed to have thought of something fun again. He picked up the black and white candle flame and placed it on his head. Oh! The black and white candle flame let out a soft moan and stepped on Jiang Zhao's head with its 2 tiny feet while looking around curiously. Jiang Shao suddenly shook his head. Oh! The black and white candle's body became unstable for a moment, and her bouncy body immediately softened. Her 2 small feet also sank in her body, and her entire round little body slightly deflated. Like a hat, she clasped onto Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, "This little guy is really creative, huh?" Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao shook his head from side to side again, this time with a greater amplitude. The black and white candle flame's body also swayed from side to side, but the hat was very firm. Although its bouncy body trembled for a while, it did not get flung off by Jiang Shao. As Jiang Shao shook his head continuously, the black and white candle flame's body deflated even more, and it slightly clasped onto Jiang Zhao's forehead. Jiang Shao stood up and walked around while jumping around, trying to feel how firm the black and white candle flame's grip was. The effect doesn't seem to be very ideal. It's fine for her to walk normally, but if it were to fight, it might really get flung off. Second last watched as Jiang Xiao acted cute in front of her while the white candle flame burned on top of his head. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiao stopped moving, and a few seconds later, he suddenly pointed at the top of his head and exclaimed, "I'm on fire." Second last was speechless. However, to be honest, the candle flame was not hot at all, and his body was cold too. Indeed, it had a refreshing effect. After returning to the temporary lounge, Jiang Xiao directly absorbed the black and white candle flame as a star pet when there was no one around. Since the divine beast was already at his doorstep, there was no reason for him not to absorb it. In the future, whenever Jiang Xiao absorbed any other star beasts, he would just let the black and white candle flame rely on it. Jiang Xiao was very satisfied with the black and white candle flame's star technique, iciness. If he were to put the black and white candle flame on the head of the red panda, he wouldn't have to worry about it being lazy and sleeping. This brain was ice cold, and it directly froze your spirit. However, Jiang Xiao's star pet would definitely be made public in the future. As long as he used it, he would definitely be discovered. By then, everyone would also know about the special abilities of the black and white candle flame. Hence, after everything was settled, Jiang Xiao decided to report it to the Guardians of the Night first. Anyway, the black and white candle flame had been studied by the official Star Beast Research Institute before. Jiang Xiao wasn't hiding it from them. You guys had already finished studying it and returned it to me. However, this happened while I was absorbing the bamboo bear. Are you going to blame me? By then, the official Star Beast Research Institute might ask for the candlelight panda and restudy the mutated candle flame's mutated star technique. Jiang Xiao only hoped that the Guardians of the Night would put in more effort and ask for his candlelight panda back in a short period of time. The last star slot on the Big Dipper star map was finally lit up. Jiang Xiao was about to graduate and was just waiting for the candle flame to rely on others and rely on Jiang Xiao for another star pet. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, there was another major item on the internal star map. In Jiang Xiao's illusory background map, there were originally 3 major sections, but now there were 4. The first section was the star power section. On the Big Dipper star map, the 9 star slots were shining brightly. The second section was the star technique section. Jiang Xiao's star technique list was also completely fixed. Blessing, decoy, green glow, endurance spell, imprint, nostalgia dawn, enmity, countercurrent light, sound of silence, space-time rift, disaster ruin, earthly light, star concealment, secondary, tears of domain, tears of cleansing, tears of sorrow. The third section still had a lot of room for growth. Freehand combat, star power abundance, dagger proficiency, xia, family swordsmanship, archery proficiency. The fourth section revealed the image of adorable black and white candle flame, and the introduction below was very clear. Golden red candle flame cub, mutated black and white, brass quality level 1. Star technique 1. Impact, rampage, brass quality LV1 2. Iciness, icy cold, brass quality LV1 3. Brightness, candlelight, brass quality LV1 4. Dependence. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. As the black and white candle flame was embedded in his star map, he finally knew how to upgrade the quality and rank of his star technique. According to the information given by the internal star map, star pets could not use star beads of the same type to upgrade their rank and star techniques. Jiang Xiao skill points are the only way to upgrade them. Wow, that's impressive. I thought I was saving my 5,099 skill points for the Lunar New Year. I didn't expect them to be for you. Jiang Xiao tried to add 1 skill point to the second star technique, iciness. All of a sudden, the star technique iciness became brass quality level 2. Jiang Xiao threw in another 8 skill points, and the quality of iciness was successfully upgraded to silver quality level 0. Jiang Xiao curiously summoned the black and white candle flame from the star map and felt its temperature with both hands. Why is there no change? Is this an active star technique? The eyes of the black and white candle flame flickered as it looked at the person in front of it curiously and thought, "Are you my master?" It probably still hadn't realized how it had been tamed into a pet. Jiang Shao put the black and white candle flame on his head again and tried to say, "Use your second star technique." The black and white candle flame was especially obedient. Upon hearing its master's order, the white star power in its body emitted a faint glow. Then Jiang Shao felt his head turn cold. Wow, it's so awesome. Why do I feel a little overwhelmed? It's really a divine tool to relieve the heat. Chapter 648. Jiang Shao spent another 27 skill points on the Star Pet grade and Star Pet star techniques. The interface of the black and white candle also changed to Golden Red Candle Cub, Mutated Black and White, Silver Quality Level 0, Star Technique. 1. Collision, Rampage, Silver Quality Level 0, 2. Cold, Ice Cold, Silver Quality Level 0, 3. Light, Bright Candle Flame, Silver Quality Level 0, 4. Dependence, Unknown Quality, Mutated Candle Cub Exclusive, cannot be upgraded. The introduction of the 3-star techniques remained the same. Jiang Shao held the black and white candle in his hand and said, "Use collision on me." The black and white candle was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Jiang Shao curiously, feeling that its owner was not very smart. "Why did you make me hit you? I don't understand. I don't understand." However, the black and white candle was very obedient. It hopped on its small feet, and the white star power in its translucent black body shone brightly. It then slammed its body against Jiang Zhao's face. Then, the black and white candle's soft and supple body sunk and stuck to Jiang Zhao's face. It then bounced off and flew backwards. Jiang Shao didn't even feel a twinge in his nose. Is this a collision? Is this an offensive star technique? This should be a massage, right? There doesn't seem to be any changes to the silver quality collision. Jiang Shao did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt as if he was wearing a facial mask. The black and white candle that was bounced off hit the wall and continued to bounce around. Jiang Shao hurriedly hugged it. The little guy looked aggrieved as it kept rubbing its face against Jiang Zhao's chest and Jiang Zhao's arms. The effect of the star technique was indeed unexpected. However, after its grade was upgraded to silver quality, the star power in its body increased greatly, and its body became more flexible. It could be used as a weapon to vent its frustrations. "Hey," Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Use the light star technique." The white flames burning on the black and white candle's head suddenly became brighter. Well, it seems that these 3-star techniques are active. If they are not activated, the black and white candle will be exactly the same as usual. Wait a minute. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that something was amiss. When Jiang Shao absorbed the star beads and acquired 2 or 3-star techniques in 1 star, he would use skill points to upgrade his star techniques. He would not just upgrade 1-star technique, but all the star techniques in his star slot. Take the Fallen Shadow Witch star bead as an example. 1 star, 3 skills: Enmity, Brass, Countercurrent Light, Silver, Sound of Silence, Gold. In order to obtain the greatest benefits, Jiang Shao used his skill points to upgrade Enmity to silver quality before absorbing the same star beads. However, the effect of the skill point was not only on the star technique Enmity. The skill point was used on the star slot, and the Countercurrent Light and Sound of Silence in the same star slot would be upgraded by the corresponding level. Without a doubt, the 3-star techniques of the black and white candle should have been counted in the same star bead and star slot. Why did Jiang Shao only upgrade 1-star technique with 1 skill point? For example, Jiang Shao upgraded Iciness to silver quality while the other 2-star techniques remained at brass quality level 1. What was going on? Is this a scam? Are you brazenly taking my skill points just because you're a star pet? Jiang Shao put the black and white candle into the star map and sat down on the bed, frowning and pondering. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he had been scammed. If he were to really absorb the bamboo bear, there would be a total of 9-star techniques when the 2-star beasts fused in the future. Excluding the mutated star technique that could not be upgraded, Would he have to upgrade them with skill points? Who would be able to afford it? If the negative effects of the bamboo bear were excluded, there would be a total of 8-star techniques that he had to upgrade one by one. The most important problem was that Jiang Xiao still wasn't sure if he should upgrade the negative effects of the bamboo bear star technique. He didn't know if the negative effects of the bamboo bear star technique would be eliminated or aggravated after its quality was upgraded. Forget it. Forget it. I'll think about it in the future. Jiang Xiao initially thought that he was already a rich man with 5,000 skill points, but now it seemed that he was still a poor farmer. A few hours later, knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. Jiang Xiao was lying on the bed and taking a nap. He opened his eyes and frantically sat up. Second Last also opened the door and looked at Jiang Xiao, seemingly dissatisfied. "Why haven't you changed your clothes yet?" she asked. Jiang Xiao frantically said, "I'll be right back." Second Last closed the door and stood at the door. Jiang Xiao hurriedly changed into a black uniform of the Guardians of the Night and put his military identification card in the pocket of his left chest. He then put on his combat hat and tucked his trousers into his military boots before tying his shoelaces. He then walked out quickly with the giant sword that Second Last had just given him. At the door, Second Last turned around and nodded when she saw Jiang Xiao in his military uniform. It did make sense that the saying, "clothes make the man," did indeed make sense. After putting on the uniform of the Guardians of the Night, the toxic healer, she did look rather impressive. Jiang Xiao also saw the ponytail behind Second Last's combat hat, which was considered a high ponytail for Second Last. Hence, he could tell that she was very serious about the assessment mission this time. Under Second Last's lead, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the military camp. Sun Dasheng and Ho Mingming were both dressed in black and cool uniforms of the Guardians of the Night. However, unlike Sun Dasheng, Ho Mingming did not have an armband with the word Night on her right arm. Sun Dasheng did not wear a combat hat and instead tied a headband above his forehead to lift up his black hair so that it would no longer cover his eyes. Jiang Xiao looked at his fluffy hair and really wanted to tie it into a bun. Second Last sized him up and said, "Let's go to the airport later." The light-chasing regiment of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest is different from the troops in other places. We have some important missions. Some countries in Central Asia, especially a few small countries, have been asking for help from us. We have been helping several countries for a long time, and with the expansion of the influence of the dimensional space, the frequency of the opening of the holy ground fluctuated again. More and more regions have joined the ranks of asking for help. You can imagine the intensity of our work. The instructions given by the country are very clear. The Guardians of the Night in the Northwest have to protect the Northwest region and provide help to other countries as much as possible. We are a relatively independent light-chasing regiment that has a single function. Our range of activities will be in the Central Asian region. The Shadow Crow team and the Tengu team have been on duty outside. I just rushed back a few days ago. I left my comrades overseas and came back on my own for the sake of forming your team. Due to the fact that other countries are asking us for help, the local soldiers and soldiers will be very friendly to us. However, they are all in foreign countries, after all, and I can only trust my own people. I hope to see the three teams under me play their respective strengths, unite, and cooperate with each other. I hope the two of you are worthy of this team and don't disappoint me. It was rare for Second Last to speak so much. She then gestured in the direction of the military vehicle and said, "Get in the car." Ho Mingming clenched his fists and thought, "I'm definitely going to be a part of this team." Sun Dasheng was also a little excited. Not only was the great sage hot-tempered, but he was also a star warrior who grew up in the mainstream education system. Hence, he was full of desire to win. Second Last's words struck a chord in the hearts of the two of them. I hope the two of you are worthy of this team and don't disappoint me. Second Last team was the most special of the special. They were the elites of the elite team, so of course they were qualified to say that. However, those words sounded a little harsh to the ears of the two arrogant star warriors, but they also served as motivation. The four of them got into the convertible military vehicle, and Second Last naturally sat in the front passenger seat. leaving the driver's seat to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao finally understood that he was not playing the role of a medical awakened star warrior under second last command. Instead, he was more like a professional chauffeur. Under second last manual navigation, Jiang Shao drove out of the military camp and headed straight to the airport where he had landed. The journey was smooth, and there was nothing much to say. What was worth mentioning was that second last had confirmed Sun Dashing's identity as the captain and commander of the team. That identity had completely shackled Sun Dashing. Regardless of how Sun Dashing viewed Ho Mingming, he was now the captain, and he had to figure out the personalities of the team members so that they could be united. If Sun Dashing could not distribute the tasks reasonably and bring out the characteristics of each of his teammates. To put it bluntly, if Sun Dashing did not make good use of Ho Mingming, or even isolated Ho Mingming or tripped Ho Mingming up, there was no doubt that he would fail as the captain. Jiang Shao initially thought that second last would be the captain of the assessment team, and that he would be the commander. However, he didn't expect second last to force Sun Dashing to be in charge, forcing him to adjust his mentality and even take the initiative to adjust his relationship with Ho Mingming. Second last's move was indeed impressive. When the four of them boarded the military plane and were waiting for the other teams to board the same flight, Sun Dashing took the initiative to ask for information. He sat on the chair and asked, "Destination, mission objective." Second last said, "Kong Kijinda, destroy as many dimensional spaces as possible and the holy ground that's directly on Earth. Someone will contact you about the specific situation when we arrive at the designated location." Sun Dashing said, "Understood." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, "Kong Kijinda again? Didn't China manage to control the situation after sending out so many troops?" The leader of the Dark Hall was personally killed by Jiang Shao and second last, and a large number of holy ground in the Dark Hall dimensional spaces were also destroyed. China even sent people to help them with the post-disaster reconstruction work. Why do they still need help? Second last also mentioned that the frequency of opening the dimensional spaces and holy ground in Central Asia seemed to have increased again. Post-disaster reconstruction was not a simple matter. The country had suffered such a huge blow, and it would indeed take a long time for them to stand up again. In that case, the Shadow Crow Star beads will be found again? Jiang Shao thought to himself, "I have to stock up more this time." After all, the Dark Hall dimensional space is a unique space of the Kong Kijinda Republic, and the Shadow Crow Star beads can't be found anywhere else. I'll set a small goal of killing 1,000 Shadow Crow Star beads. I've worked so hard to help Kong Kijinda. Shouldn't I get some rewards? Chapter 649. When a military plane that Jiang Shao boarded was about to land in Kongjind, the decoy Jiang Shao was attending a family banquet in the snowfield dimension of Jianan Village. In a small room in the cave tunnel, the pieces of barbecued meat on the stone slab were sizzling and emitting golden grease. The air was filled with a rich aroma that made Jiang Shao salivate. Clearly, it was the meat of the white ghouls. As for a meal like roasted meat, it sounded wonderful, but to the family of three, it was already enough to make them sick of it. They didn't have too many food lists here. The roasted meat of dimensional creatures, white ghouls, was almost the standard of the meal. Uncle Quan Quan, crow, become a crow. Yuan Yuan's speech was still a little unclear, but she was smart enough to express what she wanted. At this time, the decoy, Jiang Shao, was sitting on the stone bench while Yuan Yuan was hugging his calf with her tiny hands. She raised her face, and her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Shao pleadingly. At the side, her mother, Song Lan, hurriedly leaned forward and hugged Yuan Yuan. "You're being disobedient again. Don't disturb Uncle's meal." Yuan Yuan pouted and said unhappily, "Uncle doesn't eat. Uncle doesn't need to eat." The atmosphere in the room was a little awkward when she said those childish but true words. Who are Hu Wei and Song Lan? How could they not have discovered the decoy, Jiang Zhao's strange behavior? After staying there for so many days, Jiang Shao almost never ate the decoy Jiang Shao. When he drank water, he would secretly eat the snow outside. In the beginning, Hu Wei thought that Jiang Shao had just arrived there and was very resistant to it, or that he was in a relatively negative state of mind. Hence, he chose not to eat and would only occasionally eat snow and absorb the star beads. Hu Wei could completely understand Jiang Zhao's reaction, but after more than 10 days, Hu Wei realized that something was wrong. It had been so long, and under the detection of Songlan's special star technique, she even dared to let Jiang Shao take care of Yuan Yuan alone. However, this brother of the Guardians of Night seemed to have never let his guard down. Has he never taken off his mask? Songlan was also an extremely sensitive and intelligent woman. Even without using that special star technique, she could sense that the Guardian of the Night, who had been keeping his name a secret, loved Yuan Yuan sincerely. His love was filled with pity, helplessness, and anguish. Yuan Yuan was still at an insensible age, and he had a great desire to learn about the unknown world. Hence, he was extremely clingy. Ever since he saw Jiang Zhao's crow transformation star technique, he had been pestering Jiang Shao to become a crow every day. Jiang Zhao's performance as the bait was simply impeccable. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, but he almost never refused any of Yuan Yuan's requests. The only rejection also led to a very serious problem. Yuan Yuan wanted to play with the circle mask, and the Night Guard brother, who was always obedient to Yuan Yuan, first changed the topic and played with her. However, Yuan Yuan was exceptionally persistent. Whatever a child wanted or liked, she would ask for it directly without hiding anything. If she couldn't get it, she would cry. On that day, no matter how sad Yuan Yuan cried, the bait Jiang Shao did not satisfy her needs. In the eyes of the couple, such a move was almost equivalent to the collapse of his persona. It was because the Night Guard brother was really too gentle and patient. He definitely wouldn't be so cruel to Yuan Yuan. The couple did not think that the reason why the bait Jiang Shao did not take off his mask was because he wanted to hide his identity or because he was ugly. Both of those reasons were difficult to justify. In that case, the only possibility was that the Night Guard brother could not take off his mask at all. That was indeed the case, including the problem of eating and drinking. As the decoy star technique leveled up, the bait Jiang Shao was also infinitely close to becoming a real person. Of course, he would feel hungry and thirsty, but it was just a feeling that did not matter. In essence, the bait Jiang Shao was still made up of star power. His blood and flesh were indeed very real, and he could use the medical star technique to heal his injuries. However, at the end of the day, his body of flesh and blood was made up of star power. In theory, the bait Jiang Shao could always exist in this world as long as he replenished his star power appropriately. The bait Jiang Shao could open his mouth to eat, but the scene would be extremely strange if he were to eat while wearing a mask. He didn't want them to be traumatized, of course. Jiang Shao couldn't have foreseen such a situation in the upper snowfield, nor could he have known that he would encounter a family of 3. Yuan Yuan's appearance added a lot of warmth to his serious mission. When entering the upper snowfield, the necessary disguise was necessary. However, the outcome was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Humans were not gods, and it was impossible for them not to make mistakes. They couldn't foresee the future, and it was difficult for them to take care of everything. Jiang Shao didn't think that it was really a mistake. Anyway, since things had already come to this, he decided to leave it at that. Flutter, flutter, flutter. A crow flapped its wings and landed on Yuan Yuan's round head. Wah! Yuan Yuan was still being reprimanded by her mother, but she stretched out her little hand and reached over her head to pick up the crow. She curiously looked at its pitch-black feathers, that lone eye, and that sharp beak. No matter how many times he looked at it, he couldn't seem to get tired of it. The crow cawed and gently pecked its round belly with its sharp beak. Yuan Yuan struggled to break free from her mother's arms, hugged the crow, and trotted out with a smile. She even staggered a little. Hu Wei and Songlan looked at each other with complicated expressions. Songlan sighed and got up to chase after them. The little guy was very familiar with his home, and it took him a long time to reach the outside of the cave. He hugged the crow with his little hands and swung it gently. He raised his little face, looking at the clouds floating in the vast sky, his pair of cute eyes filled with anticipation. With a wave of his hands, he released the crows. The bait Jiang Shao cooperated with Yuan Yuan and flew high above the canyon. However, he didn't dare to fly too far. After all, it was a dangerous snowfield, and any abnormalities might attract the white ghouls. Yuan Yuan also needed someone to look after him. There was no day and night in the upper snowfield, but there was the sun here, but it was impossible to tell the time. When Yuan Yuan was tired of playing and was coaxed to sleep by Tsang Lan, the bait Jiang Shao sat in the stone room next to the bedroom. This was the place where he first talked to the couple. There were many stone houses in the cave. Hu Wei searched for a while before he found the bait Jiang Shao, who was secretly absent-minded. Hu Wei wanted to say something, but he heard the bait Jiang Shao say, "I have to go." Hu Wei was speechless. In the stone room next door, Tsang Lan, who was patting Yuan Yuan's back and coaxing the child to sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. She got up carefully and covered Yuan Yuan with a modified fur quilt. She quickly walked out and went to the stone room next door. Hu Wei was speechless for a long time, or perhaps he didn't know what to say. The bait Jiang Shao said, "His life shouldn't end here. Every time he releases me, I feel upset. He's playing, but it's a spur for me." Hu Wei said, "You have to find the exit." Hu Wei's face was bitter. Everyone knew that this was an impossible task. "Brother," Hu Wei continued, "if there's no child, I'll accompany you." Jiang Shao shook his head and looked at Tsang Lan, who had just walked in, and said, "You guys take care of his healthy growth and do what you have to do. I'll do what I have to do and fly towards the sun to prove your point, right?" Tsang Lan opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You two go further away and burn a forest as a landmark." The bait Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I'll also build a beacon tower far away from here. Hu Wei, when you go out to hunt, add fuel to the fire. That place might attract the white ghouls, but their target can't be that kind of stone building. If they accidentally destroy the beacon tower in the process of fighting, you guys don't have to worry too much. After all, we'll burn a forest, and that's already considered a landmark." Hu Wei nodded and said, "Okay, we'll set off in a while, but huh?" The bait Jiang Shao looked at Hu Wei. Hu Wei said helplessly, "You have to be mentally prepared too. Although I don't want to say this, I certainly hope that you can find the exit or find this place, but this place is really too big." The bait Jiang Shao nodded and wanted to say, "Even if I can't find the exit, I'll come back with the things you guys need." However, Jiang Shao didn't say that out loud. It was because he remembered what Second Last said, "Don't give them hope and don't be the last straw that breaks their back." The couple was so strong and had adjusted their mentality well. Before everything was settled, Jiang Shao decided not to disturb them. After all, the bait Jiang Shao had the Shadow Crow Star technique, which allowed him to fly fast and not be delayed by the terrain or the battle. That was an advantage that the couple did not have. Tsang Lan suddenly turned around and left, after which the room fell silent. After a while, Tsang Lan walked in with a huge wooden box. Due to the length of the wooden box and the width of the tunnel, Tsang Lan had no choice but to carry it forward or carry it like a bayonet. The huge wooden box was placed at his feet, and Jiang Shao had already found out what was hidden in it through the sound of it crashing. Tsang Lan opened the wooden box, and a pile of star beads appeared in front of Jiang Shao, which made him feel like an underwater treasure. White ghoul star beads. White ghoul, which star beads? There are probably thousands of them, right? Tsang Lan smiled gently and flicked her long ponytail. Replenish your energy along the way. The bait Jiang Shao didn't know if he should accept the gift. From the perspective of the couple, he would probably not be able to return from this journey. Tsang Lan continued, "We still have boxes like this. We have nothing here, but we can have as many white ghoul star beads as you want. All you need is a supply of star power, right?" The bait Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Having lived together for such a long time, it was only natural for the two kings of galaxy to discover the problem. However, the three of them had a tacit understanding and never mentioned such a sensitive topic. Now that the bait Jiang Shao was going on a journey of no return, Tsang Lan finally pointed out the problem. Perhaps she wanted to know the answer. After hesitating for a moment, the bait Jiang Xiao nodded. Even though she already knew the answer, Song Lan's body still trembled slightly. Is it because of the magical star technique that can convert star power to provide for the human body? No, Song Lan didn't think so. After interacting with him for such a long time, the various signs made her secretly speculate. With Song Lan's keen perception and feminine intuition, she sincerely believed that the Night Guardian brother might not be a human. Instead, it was likely to be a high-level summon creature that could even possess a star map and star technique. Song Lan said softly, "That's why you won't take off your mask or tell us your name. You have some secrets that you don't want others to know." Hui stopped her. Lan. Song Lan stepped forward and sat on the stone stool beside the bait Jiang Xiao. She said softly, "At least give me a name. We all know what will happen if you leave. You might be the only friend Yuan has ever met. At least let him know Uncle Chuan's real name." The room fell into silence. The couple who had been unable to sense the passage of time could clearly sense it again. It was as if they could hear the second hand of a clock ticking away. After some time, the bait Jiang Xiao said, "Jiang Xiao." Song Lan murmured softly, "Jiang Xiao." Jiang Xiao knew that his choice was irrational, but it was the first time he was enjoying his freedom. Jiang Xiao believed in the couple's character and the child's character. He believed that nothing would go wrong. However, if he were to save the family of 3 one day and something really went wrong, Jiang Xiao had to admit it. Tell Yuan that his friend has a name, a real name. The bait Jiang Xiao looked at Song Lan quietly and said, "Jiang Xiao," Jiang as in Changjiang and Xiao as in daybreak. The bait Jiang Xiao then stood up and looked at Hui. "Let's go. Let's burn the mountain." Hui stood up. "Let's go." Requesting monthly votes for support. M9. Top. Chapter 650. 7 days later, in the upper dimension of the snowfield, a forest was burning about 5 kilometers away from Hui and Jiang Zhao's residence at the bottom of the canyon. Jiang Zhao's fire arrow and Hui's scorch were the culprits behind all of this. In the beginning, it wasn't too difficult to ignite the withered trees, but when the fire really spread, even the two of them couldn't stop it from spreading under this natural disaster. Even if Second Last and Xia Yin came, they probably wouldn't be able to solve the burning forest with their frost wind. In the snowfield forest, the white ghouls scurried around and intense battles broke out all the time. Jiang Xiao and Hui had already quickly left the forest when the fire gradually rose, for fear of being trapped in it. The next stage of the mission was to gather local materials and build a sturdy beacon tower, using as much stone and mud as possible. This burning mountain forest could indeed become a landmark area. With such a big fire, it was unknown if other survivors would be attracted to it. The snowfield forest would definitely be burned or extinguished one day. The snowfield between the snowfield was extremely wide and could be considered a natural isolation zone. In a few years, it would be covered by the wind and snow, and there would be no more beacons. Building a sturdy beacon tower that would constantly emit beacons would indeed help Jiang Xiao find the way back. Jiang Xiao and Hui did not stop and continue to carry out the second mission. In this short period of 7 days, far away on Earth, in the distant Central Asian region, in the territory of Conkagen, Germany, a small team was wantonly destroying the holy grounds in the dimensional spaces. The mission was not only a test for Sun Dashing and Hou Mingming, but also a test for Sun Dashing and Hou Mingming. Interestingly, be it Sun Dashing or Hou Mingming, they were both surprised by each other's abilities. Sun Dashing didn't have a problem with the academics because he was from the academy. He simply felt that the fact that Hou Mingming could join such a top elite team as soon as he graduated was partly because he had the halo of winning the World Cup and partly because of Jiang Xiao. However, when the team really began to carry out the mission, Sun Dashing discovered that although Hou Mingming was at the peak of the galaxy stage, which was an entire realm lower than his, and he lacked 8 advanced high-quality star techniques, Hou Mingming was like a god in terms of speed and efficiency in destroying the holy ground. Without a doubt, this was a huge fort. Just how strong was this fort? Be it second last or Sun Dasheng, they couldn't compare to Ho Mingming in terms of destroying the holy ground. Ho Mingming's star map and star techniques gave him a huge advantage and were simply tailor-made for the mountain crushers and the wasteland reclaimers. However, he was still forcefully dragged into the Guardians of the Night by Jiang Shao. Fortunately, this light-chasing group needed to form a special squad, and its style was very similar to the mountain-shattering army. This allowed Ho Mingming to display her full potential. Ever since she saw Sun Dasheng's sweeping style, she realized just how strong he was. Just like now, in the dark hall's extra-dimensional space, under the dark red sky, an impassioned roar sounded from within the valley. Charge! Sun Dasheng's orders were as simple and straightforward as ever. He was wearing a red headband on his head, and his fluffy hair fluttered behind him as he sprinted. Several figures suddenly darted out of Sun Dasheng's body and scattered in all directions. Sun Dasheng himself was holding an alloy rod in his hand. Facing the crows that were covering the sky and covering the earth, he suddenly leaped up from his dashing figure. His hands gripped the alloy rod tightly, and he fiercely smashed the rod into the ground. As he swung the alloy rod in his hand and smashed it against the ground, the shadow of a huge alloy rod fell from the dark red sky and dispersed the flock of shadow crows. Jiang Shao and Second Last each held a giant sword and slashed at the shadow crows that were trying to escape. There was only green glow on Jiang Zhao's giant sword, and every swing of Second Last sword would be accompanied by a bone-chilling frosty wind. The three of them were almost in the shape of an arrowhead as they tore through the holy ground that was covered by the flock of crows. After all, the closer they were to the holy ground, the more shadow crows would fly out. Ho Mingming followed behind the two of them, and as the arrowhead tore through the thick defensive wall formed by the flock of crows, Ho Mingming, who was running in large strides, arched his legs and leaped abruptly, dashing out of the crow wall that was torn apart by the three of them. At the same time, Ho Mingming, who was leaping into the air, pulled his bow and shot an arrow while his black ponytail swayed in the wind. His sharp eyes pierced through the chaotic scene of countless crows flying in a disorderly manner and found that gap. His fingers that were tightly gripping the arrow loosened in an instant. A series of black feathered arrows were shot out at high speed and extremely accurate. They pierced through the chaotic sky that was filled with crows and rushed straight towards the gate of the holy ground in the distant sky. Bang! 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 The three huge alloy rods seemed to be protecting the string of black feathered arrows. The shadows that scattered in all directions seemed to have become the real Sun Dasheng. The huge alloy rods were invincible and invincible. Sun Dasheng's speed was so fast that everyone thought that three Sun Dasheng had appeared at the same time and were waving the huge alloy rods at the same time. Ever since the four of them tore apart the flock of crows in front of them, Sun Dasheng helped Ho Mingming clear the obstacles, while Jiang Shao and Second Last changed their attacks and began to defend instead of rushing forward. The team had been doing missions together for a full 7 days, and the members of the team had already understood how the team operated. According to the distance, it was enough for Ho Mingming for the team to reach this point. Bang! Ho Mingming stood behind Jiang Shao. Although there were two people in front of her, she would subconsciously stand behind Jiang Shao every time. On one hand, it was because she recognized Jiang Zhao's abilities, and on the other hand, it was also because she subconsciously trusted him. Ho Mingming's sharp gaze followed the black feathered arrows, and she also saw the exploding black fog. Finally, the first arrow was touched by the shadow crows that were flying around and exploded, causing the surrounding shadow crows to be blasted away too. The arrows at the back that were slightly further away did not change their trajectory and continued to plunge into the exploding black fog. At the next moment, the 6 arrows darted out of the black fog one by one, still in a straight line. Ho Mingming placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and gripped it tightly. Her eyes were focused on the string of black feathered arrows, and she was no longer in the mood to observe the situation around her. She could sense Jiang Zhao's inclination to defend himself through the hand that was holding onto Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Ho Mingming subconsciously turned in the direction of Jiang Zhao's rotation to ensure that Jiang Zhao was always isolated from danger. Although she was very confident in her archery skills, the situation here was too special, and the shadow crows would really disrupt her attacks. The second arrow, the sixth arrow, the arrows that were touched by the shadow crows exploded one after another. When the arrow in the middle was hit by a group of shadow crows, Jiang Zhao could also feel the strength of her palm on his shoulder. 2 seconds later, Ho Mingming's palm relaxed slightly. It seemed that she could retract her gaze and focus her attention on the battlefield around her. The bombarding arrow was still hung 100 meters away from the gate of the holy ground according to the original plan. Now, even if there were millions of shadow crows charging at them, the bombardment of arrows would still tear them apart. It was simply a fixed-point bombardment. Although the bombardment of arrows was random, there was a fixed area of bombardment. The obvious target was, of course, the area of the gate of the holy ground. Rumble. The sounds of the explosions were endless, and the flames soared into the sky while heat waves overflowed. Under the flames of the bombardment of arrows, the shadow crows shrieked and fell from the sky. The sky was filled with pitch-black feathers, and the images of a group of shadow crows transforming into a single shadow crow could be seen everywhere. Sun Dasheng finally completed his mission of disrupting the enemy and protecting the arrows. He retreated and looked up at the bombardment of arrows that had already taken shape. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Retreat." Without hesitation, he was resolute and decisive. Ho Mingming turned around and left while shooting out a string of black-feathered arrows. This time, it was her turn to be the vanguard. During the rapid advancement, Ho Mingming's black-feathered arrows seemed to be free of charge and even had a fixed-point tracking effect. Flocks of black crows were accurately shot and transformed into star power. They found the direction of their owners and pieced together a larger shadow crow. However, before they could successfully transform, they would be shot in the head by an arrow. Jiang Zhao saw the black-feathered arrows nailed into the eyes of the crows one after another, as well as the black-feathered arrows that exploded in the crows' heads. There was nothing much to say, and Jiang Zhao could only marvel secretly. Be it Sun Dasheng or Ho Mingming, both of them were very qualified to be the vanguard. In the absence of a large-scale attack by the creatures of other dimensions, there was generally no need for the other members of the team to take action. The only difference between the two of them was probably the difference in speed. Once the great sage started running, he would have to take care of the people behind him lest his teammates got left behind. Ho Mingming was in a better state, and her marching speed was very stable. At some point in time, the halo of nostalgia had already appeared under her feet. Every time she shot an arrow, Ho Mingming would feel her star power recovering and her physical strength rapidly increasing. In the end, she even felt like her blood was pumping. The more she killed, the more excited she became, and the faster she ran. The speed at which she shot the arrows also increased. She was about to evolve into a berserker. No, a berserker archer. Jiang Zhao turned off the halo of nostalgia in time and cast countercurrent light to quickly resolve the problem of Ho Mingming's vitality and star power overflowing. Ever since he entered the dimensional space, Jiang Zhao had been running and killing at the same time. He was exhausted, but he had never used the halo of nostalgia. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In just a short 15 seconds, the dimensional space began to shake violently under the dark red sky. The sounds of explosions continued in the distant sky, but the team of 4 had already retreated and rushed towards the space door that they had come from. For Jiang Zhao, he had gained more on the way back. After completing his mission, he would flash to the side of the Shadow Crow that Ho Mingming had shot in the head to collect the Shadow Crow star bead. The rest of the team was already used to such a scene. In the past few days, Jiang Zhao had used such a method to obtain a large number of Shadow Crow star beads. Jiang Shao had also discussed with Sun Dashing about it long before he implemented the plan and obtained permission. Since Jiang Shao wanted it, Ho Mingming was also intentionally helping him. On the way back, Jiang Shao obtained 27 shadow crow star beads, and everyone rushed out of the space door and landed vertically from the sky. Ho Mingming left another bombardment arrow in the space door and dealt with the aftermath before rushing out of the space door. The door of the Dark Hall's dimensional space was always open in the sky. Jiang Shao could teleport, but Sun Dashing's body was like a feather that floated down gently. When Ho Mingming came out, Second Last was already riding on Xiao Xiao and waiting for her in the air. Second Last condensed a dark silver whip in her hand and swung it gently, wrapping it around Ho Mingming's body. The dark silver whip elongated infinitely and became thinner and fainter. When it was more than 20 meters away from the ground, the whip completely disappeared and Ho Mingming landed heavily on the ground. She looked up and saw Second Last standing in front of the door of the dimensional space on her horse, not allowing any living creatures to come out. A few days ago, Second Last would personally use frost wind, but now Xiao Xiao was flapping her wings and blowing frost wind into the dimensional space. Soon, the dark red space door disappeared in front of Second Last. Second Last stroked by Shan Qiue's mane and patted it in admiration. Nay, Xiao Xiao neighed and flapped her wings before flying down. The huge Pegasus landed on the ground and took 2 steps forward. It then lowered its head and nudged Jiang Zhao's chest intimately with its large head. Second Last sat on the horse and lowered her head to look at Sun Dasheng and Ho Mingming with a look of admiration on her face. Jiang Shao hugged Xiao Xiao's head and understood Second Last's expression. This team should have passed the test. Apex. Chapter 651. That night, in the temporary camp of the Chinese soldiers in the southeast of Kongjian, in a military tent, Jiang Shao was wolfing down the food in the metal box in his hands. Jiang Shao was extremely pleased to be able to eat Chinese cuisine in a foreign country. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork with potatoes, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and spicy chicken. Jiang Shao felt blissful eating the 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Second Last, who was sitting opposite him, ate even faster. At this moment, there was only an empty metal box left in front of her. Second Last sized up the entrance of the tent and saw that Ho Mingming and Sun Dasheng were standing outside the tent like 2 door gods, one on the left and the other on the right. Second Last turned around and looked at Jiang Shao before saying, "She's not bad. She's competent and ambitious." Jiang Shao tried his best to eat and mumbled, "Uh-huh." Second Last said, "I'll make her stay. Besides, the shield warrior has to be in place." Jiang Shao continued to eat and mumbled, "Uh-huh." Second Last said, "I'm going to transfer Fu Hei over. He's very competent, and there aren't many medical awakened who can keep up with this team." Jiang Shao finished his food box and picked up a bottle of mineral water before gulping it down. Burp, burp, burp. Second Last was speechless. To Jiang Shao, a fulfilling month of September passed just like that. On the 10th day of the assessment team working together, Jiang Shao saw a familiar figure. It was Ho Yinhuan, the most elite soldier selected from the many elite soldiers of the Guardians of the Night in the north. He was the king of the shield warriors in the Starfall stage, and was also the shield warrior that Second Last had envisioned for the team. Of course, Jiang Shao remembered this man who laughed heartily and drank heartily, especially the Chinese folk song that he sang. Thinking about it now, Jiang Shao would smile blissfully. Second Last was finally freed and became the real examiner of the team. As for Jiang Shao, he couldn't be considered a working emperor because he had taken away almost all the Shadow Crow Star beads that the team had obtained. Although their mission was to destroy the Dark Hall's dimensional space, the star beads were spoils of war, after all, and Jiang Shao didn't want to keep them for himself. However, Ho Mingming seemed to have noticed Jiang Zhao's desire for the Shadow Crow Star beads and hence gave them to him. Perhaps it was Ho Mingming's way of thanking Jiang Shao for introducing her to the team. Judging from Ho Ming's performance in the past few days, Ming seemed to like this team very much. He even enjoyed this kind of life. Maybe this girl really likes to destroy things? Or could it be that during these non-stop days, her desire to win and conquer had been greatly satisfied? Who knew? Anyway, she had already given her share of the star beads to Jiang Shao. After all, it wasn't just 2 or 30 of them, but hundreds of them. In the past 10 days, they had destroyed 15 Dark Hall spaces. The speed at which the Dark Hall dimensional spaces descended could not keep up with the team's destruction speed. This small team had even begun to cross regions to steal other teams' business. This was a genuine elite team. Even a mountain-shattering army, who specialized in destroying dimensional spaces, was secretly ashamed of their efficiency. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't disturb the progress of the team. He would only search for star beads on the way back to Earth after destroying the holy ground. The length of the return journey varied. On average, Jiang Shao would be able to obtain about 30 Shadow Crow star beads during a trip to the Dark Hall. Occasionally, when Second Last was in a good mood, she would ride on Xiao Xiao to help them search for star beads. Hence, the number of star beads obtained would increase greatly. Second Last waved her hand and didn't take a single star bead. To her, there was still a long way to go in Kongjian, and she could easily obtain such star beads. Besides, Jiang Shao would have to return to the capital sooner or later. Sun Dasheng was also disdainful of the Shadow Crow star beads. Besides, he had never participated in the return trip to collect Shadow Crow star beads. Of course, he didn't ask Jiang Shao for the star beads either. That also resulted in Jiang Shao having already obtained more than 500 Shadow Crow star beads by the time the Star Ocean Imperial Marquis Yanhuan arrived. He seemed to be a little short of the target that he had set. However, it didn't matter because there was still time. The frequent opening of the dimensional spaces in the Central Asian region had indeed made it more difficult for the people there to survive. However, to Jiang Shao, it was a rewarding journey. After that, when Jiang Shao was planning to continue farming star beads happily, an uninvited guest arrived. Jiang Shao had seen that person before. He was Fu Hei, the legendary commander who had been dismissed for disobeying orders on the battlefield. Second Last finally chose to accept Fu Hei as her subordinate and take over the mess. Second Last reckoned that she had made up her mind to let Ho Yinhuan and Fu Hei join the team. In that case, she would let the two assistants adapt to Sun Dasheng and Ho Mingming's combat style. After all, the two of them were the strongest in the team, and they had already developed a tacit understanding in battle tactics. The tone of the team had also been completely set. Jiang Shao watched the team complete their first mission while riding on horseback. Of course, Second Last was also on horseback. However, this time, Jiang Shao chose to sit at the back. Her body was huge, and there was more than enough space for 5 people to sit on her back. Hence, even if Jiang Shao sat at the front, Second Last wouldn't be able to sit too close to him. However, Jiang Shao felt that the guy should sit at the back. As the team succeeded in their first mission, Second Last was rather satisfied with the team's cooperation. She said to Jiang Shao, "You can go now." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Wow, woman, are you so heartless?" Second Last seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look at Jiang Shao. "You don't have to go." Jiang Shao smirked and thought, "Puff, do you really think I'm fine?" In fact, Jiang Shao really wanted to return to the capital. Don't get me wrong, he didn't like to study that much. Jiang Shao just wanted a relatively stable environment. In the upper snowfield, after more than 10 days of hard work by Jiang Shao and Hu Wei, a sturdy stone and mud beacon tower had already taken shape on the cliff. Soon, Jiang Shao was about to embark on a journey towards the sunset. Jiang Shao planned to use Jiang Shao as a detector and use their senses to communicate with each other. He would then try his best to draw a map in a relatively quiet and stable environment. It was a long-term job. Hence, the school life in the Capital Star Warrior University or his job as a gatekeeper were very suitable for Jiang Shao at this moment. "How about this?" Jiang Shao said to Second Last. "It's time for me to go back too. When I came, the people in the Capital Star Warrior University asked me to go back earlier. They said that they would bring me to absorb the bamboo bear star pet. Besides, Han Jiangxue and I are fixed wasteland reclaimers, after all. They're likely to have missions, too. Since you think that the assessment here has been completed, I'll take my leave. Second last nodded and looked at the team that was returning. She patted Xiao Xiao gently and gestured for it to keep up. Jiang Xiao said, "How about I give you a mission?" Second last froze for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Xiao with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. This little guy has become more capable. Is he giving me missions now? Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "If nothing goes wrong, you guys will be carrying out missions here for a long time, right? Take the opportunity to give me more Shadow Crow Star beads. You know, I really need them." Of course, second last knew why Jiang Xiao needed the Shadow Crow Star beads. She didn't refuse and instead nodded in agreement. TSK, TSK. Second last is the best. This time, Jiang Xiao didn't have to work hard to get the star beads. His team, including the Tingo team and the Shadow Crow team under second last, would probably join the hunt for star beads. How comfortable the 14-day assessment finally came to an end, and Jiang Xiao bade farewell to his new comrades. What was worth mentioning was that Hou Mingming actually wrote a letter for Jiang Xiao to bring to her mother, Yihua, who was a teacher at the capital Star Warrior University. Jiang Xiao had no reason to turn her down, but he secretly wondered, is the communication method between the mother and daughter so special? With the blessings of his comrades, Jiang Xiao boarded the military plane for the return journey. Unfortunately, the destination of the military plane was Luoyang City, and Jiang Xiao had to take the train back. However, something happened on the train. Jiang Xiao was recognized when he was collecting his ticket at the station. After he boarded the train, he was so annoyed that he even hid in the bathroom. Some people. I clearly bought a first-class seat, but I'm enjoying the treatment of a small toilet. While in the bathroom, he really wanted to use his deputy star technique to turn into Xia Yan and then use her long legs to commit crimes. One kick and they would be thrown off. Two kicks and they would all scram. Well, Jiang Xiao held back in the end and thought, forget it, I'd better not take the risk of being exposed. Actually, Jiang Xiao was very curious about how interesting it would be if the bunch of guys who were blocking the entrance of the toilet for autographs discovered that the toxic healer was the one who entered the toilet and Xia Yan was the one who walked out. Jiang Zhao's journey back to the capital was arduous, but what awaited him was a surprise. When Jiang Xiao reported to Principal Yang, Qin Wangchuan, and the others, he returned to his dormitory while talking to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao saw a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. The man was standing at the window and was wearing a gray singlet. He was muscular, had broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His figure was rather pleasing to the eye. He was leaning his head out of the window and seemed to be smoking. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. Gu Shuren, upon hearing the voice, Gu Shuren turned around and sized Jiang Xiao up with a cigarette in his mouth. "You're pretty impressive, aren't you?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head. He thought that he would get a hug, but he didn't expect it to start like that. Gu Shuren exhaled a mouthful of smoke and waved the smoke that was blown back to his face by the wind. "World champion?" With a peculiar expression, Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at Gu Shuren's table, where there was a laptop. Jiang Xiao pointed at the computer and said, "Didn't we discuss this a long time ago? Back then, we decided on this bed, this table, and this computer." Ahem, ahem. Gu Shuren coughed while putting out his cigarette. Jiang Xiao looked at Gu Shuren curiously and said, "It's been a long time since I last saw you. You've gotten much darker, but your hairstyle hasn't changed at all. Where have you been?" Gu Shuren shrugged his shoulders and took out another cigarette. "Training, of course. I broke through the realm, absorbed star techniques, and watched you shine in the World Cup." Jiang Xiao automatically ignored his last sentence and asked in bewilderment, "Where have you been training? Why haven't you heard from me after such a long time?" Gu Shuren grinned and said, "Hell." Jiang Xiao asked, "How do you watch the World Cup then? Is there television in hell? Do the people there surf the internet too?" Gu Shuren suddenly felt his liver ache. Peak. Chapter 652. Where did you go? Jiang Shao sat on the bed and asked curiously. Gu Shiren leaned against the windowsill and said, "Don't mention it." Jiang Shao asked why. Gu Shiren curled his lips and said, "That damn place makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it." It was obvious that Gu Shiren's heart had suffered a certain degree of trauma. Jiang Shao chuckled and asked, "What star techniques have you learned?" Gu Shiren said, "Shield, charge, smash." Gu Shiren didn't seem to be interested in introducing anything. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "I'll treat your sister and Xia Yin to a meal sometime." Jiang Shao looked vigilant. "What do you want?" The corners of Gu Shiren's lips curled up. There was a hint of playfulness in his smile as he said, "What's with that expression? Do you also have times when you are afraid?" Jiang Shao said, "That's not fear. It's the expression of someone who's ready to exterminate them." Gu Shiren, Jiang Shao, tell me the truth. Gu Shiren said, "You didn't know? Instructor Qin arranged for me to join your team. The Wasteland Reclaimers are very satisfied with senior sister Song Chuanxi's performance during this period of time. They want her to take over the job of instructor." Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shiren in disdain and said, "You're joining our team?" Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao in disdain and said, "You're not in the team for 20 days a month. Your team has almost become a full-time gatekeeper. Do you think I'm willing to come?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Gu Shiren suddenly said, "I heard that there's a good support medic this year. Senior sister Song Chuanxi found him from the second batch of reclaimers. She said that she's going to give him to our team. Do you want to come or not in the future?" Jiang Shao was displeased and asked, "Who is it?" Gu Shiren, Zhao Zijian. Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Gu Shiren walked over with a smile and put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. He said, "You haven't been in the capital for more than a few days this semester, yet your accent has changed so quickly. Let's go and have a drink. I'll send you off." Jiang Shao looked unhappy. "Who wants a drink with you?" With that, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Gu Shiren was slightly stunned for a moment before remembering that Jiang Shao was no longer the little toxic healer who bragged, but the world champion toxic healer. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at Xia Yan's home in Maple Forest Estate, only to find that it was dark and empty. Jiang Zhao's body flashed again, and he returned to Star Warriors University before entering Han Jiangshue's apartment. Song Chuanxi graduated and moved away. With Han Jiangshue's help, Xia Yan managed to move into Song Chuanxi's room first. Jiang Shao stood in the living room and immediately saw Xia Yan, who was curled up on the sofa watching TV. Xia Yan exclaimed softly, seemingly a little frightened, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She said, "Xiaopi, you're back. Come and let me see if you're missing any limbs." "Someone who can cut off my leg? Were they not even born yet?" Jiang Shao asked. "Where is little Jiang Xue?" Xia Yan was displeased too, and she pouted just like Jiang Shao did just now. "You only know how to look for your sister. The first thing you say to her is your sister. What about me? What about me?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What about you? You're here." At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's body transformed into Xia Yan's. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Yan plopped down on the sofa and tilted her head, staring at Xia Yan with her beautiful eyes widened impatiently. "Did Song Chuanxi find a medical assistant for you guys?" Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yan in bewilderment. "Wow, this woman, so cool." Xia Yan stretched her fingers out and gently pinched Jiang Yan's cheeks. "Yes, his name is Zhao Zijian. I heard that he's very strong." Jiang Yan frowned slightly and thought, "Are you really going to replace me?" Xia Yan sized up Jiang Yan curiously and said, "The higher-ups haven't made the final decision yet. It seems that someone doesn't want you to leave the team. However, you're a volunteer and a guardian of the night, after all. You'll always have to go out and carry out other missions. This will delay the pace of the team." Jiang Yan pointed at her own nose and said, "So you're saying that I'm occupying the toilet but not taking a *T? Xia Yan raised her eyebrows and barked furiously. Speak properly. Don't point at my nose." "Who pointed at your nose?" "I'm pointing at my own nose." Jiang Yin rubbed her eyes with her index fingers and stuck her tongue out at Xia Yin. SSHHHH, Xia Yin was so infuriated that she was about to explode. Her image has been ruined. Xia Yin pressed Jiang Yin onto the sofa, and, at the same time, a girl in pajamas walked out of the bedroom while holding a towel in one hand and wiping her long, wet hair. Han Jiangxue widened her eyes and saw that the two Xia Yin were fighting on the sofa. Jiang Yan's gold-quality freehand combat was enhanced with ground techniques. How could Xia Yin be a match for her? While Han Jiangxue was still in a daze, the two Xia Yans had already rolled onto the ground, and the situation became clear in an instant. Before Xia Yin could react, Jiang Yan's body had already formed a cross with hers. Jiang Yan's legs were clamped tightly around Xia Yan's shoulders and arms, while one leg was controlling Xia Yan's neck and the other was controlling Xia Yan's chest. She hugged Xia Yan's arms tightly and controlled her wrists. Using the principle of leverage, she leaned back and straightened her waist. A standard cross was displayed in front of Han Jiangxue. Ouch! 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 Xia Yin gasped in pain. Although Han Jiangxue couldn't tell the difference between a real husky and a fake one based on their appearance, she immediately knew which one was which as soon as the technique was displayed. Let go! Let go! Hurry and let go! Under Han Jiangxue's stern voice, the two of them stopped fighting for the time being, and Jiang Yin could be considered to have turned back into Jiang Shao. Xia Yin rubbed her shoulders and got up to sit on the sofa while glaring at Jiang Shao menacingly. Jiang Shao sat cross-legged on the ground and rubbed his face. This chick is really ruthless. When I was on the sofa, my face was almost swollen because of her pinching, right? Speaking of pinching his face, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and immediately began to activate his star power. As the star power in his body surged, it gathered in front of Jiang Shao and formed a black and white candle flame. Huh? Xia Yin, who was infuriated just now, immediately calmed down and looked at the unfamiliar little guy curiously. This guy is so adorable. Xia Yin looked left and right, and in the end, she couldn't help but reach out to touch the adorable creature. The black and white candle flame was a little afraid of strangers. When it saw Xia Yin reaching out, it hurriedly shrunk into Jiang Zhao's arms. The black and white candle flame's eyes flickered as it looked up at Xia Yin timidly. As Xia Yan's fingers touched its soft and supple body, it trembled slightly and turned around to bury its face in Jiang Zhao's arms. Oh my God! Xia Yan's heart was about to melt. She was simply overwhelmed by the cuteness of the black and white candle flame. Han Jiangxue asked curiously, "Is this the mutated candle flame that you found when you were carrying out a mission in the Northwest previously?" Jiang Shao frantically nodded and said, "Yes." Han Jiangxue asked, "Why did you summon it? Did you absorb it as a star pet? Did you fill up 9 star slots?" Hearing this, Xia Yan's expression turned solemn as she finally realized the seriousness of the problem. No one should waste their star slots. What more Jiang Shao, who only had 9 star slots? You should have split the star slot and used it as 2, instead of absorbing this mutated and useless star pet. Why? For the sake of looking good? Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I absorbed it as a star pet. I have a plan." If it were in the past, Han Jiangxue would have probably exploded, but now she was extremely patient and tolerant of Jiang Shao. It wasn't because she had a good temper, but rather because Jiang Shao had stopped disappointing her a long time ago. Jiang Shao hugged the black and white candle flame in his arms and said, "This mutated little guy has a peculiar star technique." As Jiang Shao spoke, Xia Yan's mouth opened wider and wider with a look of disbelief. Jiang Shao gave the two of them some time to digest it. Anyway, they would have to use star pets in the future, and the whole world would know about it. Hence, it didn't matter. However, how did Jiang Shao discover the secret of the black and white candle flame? That was something that couldn't be revealed. Han Jiangxue leaned over and draped a towel over her pajamas. Her long hair, which was slightly damp, fell down and exuded the fragrance of shampoo. "Is it that special?" Sniff, Jiang Shao sniffled. "It smells so good. Is it really a lemon?" Jiang Shao handed the black and white candle flame over. "Oh!" The little guy shrieked and struggled in Han Jiangshue's hands while staring at Jiang Shao with a pitiful expression. Han Jiangshue raised her eyebrows slightly and felt that it was cold. She pressed her forehead against the soft body of the black and white candle flame and felt that it was indeed very comfortable. Xia Yin couldn't help but snatch the black and white candle flame away. "Cool it for me." She was also amazed and wondered, it's clearly a flame, but why does it feel so cool and refreshing? While Jiang Shao was scheming in his heart, he finally revealed his true colors. He looked at Han Jiangshue and said, "I won't announce to the public that I've already absorbed a star pet. I've already decided to accept the kindness of Principal Yang and the Capital Star Warriors to absorb that bamboo bear." Han Jiangshue was smart and immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. She said, "You didn't reveal that you've already absorbed a star pet because you want the Capital Star Warriors to bring you to catch one. That way, the mutated candle flame will have a chance to use the star technique fusion." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, but I need an opportunity. I think there will definitely be outsiders around when I absorb a star pet. So, for safety's sake, when we enter the dimensional space, you'll carry the black and white candle flame in and tell it that it's a gift from me. You'll bring it with you wherever you go. When the time comes, it'll be able to use its special star technique. I'll use the fact that I've absorbed a star pet to cover it up. It'll also explain the appearance of the star pet fusion. We don't know anything, and everything happened naturally. It was all done by the black and white candle flame." Han Jiangshue nodded, her heart full of anticipation. The fusion of the bamboo bear and the black and white candle flame? What kind of scene would it be? The fusion of the two adorable creatures and the ultimate adorable pet. I wonder what kind of tricks there will be when the star techniques are combined. Han Jiangshue stared at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze. He's getting stronger and stronger. That's great. However, Jiang Shao watched as Xia Yin teased the little candle flame and said, "Come, I'll teach you how to play." Jiang Shao then stood up and snatched the black and white candle flame from Xia Yan's arms. Smack! Jiang Shao hugged the black and white candle flame and smacked it on Xia Yan's head. The black and white candle flame was placed on Xia Yan's head like a hat. Jiang Shao said, "Use the iciness star technique." The black and white candle flame was abnormally obedient, and the white star power in its body circulated frantically. Xia Yin felt her head buzz. Iciness star power? Xia Yin gritted her teeth and hurriedly removed the black and white candle flame from her head. She hugged her head with both hands and hurriedly ignited the crimson flames. Physical temperature increase. Han Jiangshue grabbed the black and white candle flame and gently rubbed its body back into the shape of a ball. The black and white candle flame pursed its lips and rubbed against Han Jiangshue's palm aggrievedly, seeking comfort and even a hug. It no longer looked for Jiang Shao. After sensing Han Jiangshue's kindness, it immediately clung to her. Jiang Shao saw it and secretly nodded. This kid is going around scamming people. He'll definitely become a great figure in the future. Top. Chapter 653. The next day, Jiang Shao handed Ho Mingming's handwritten letter to teacher Yi Hua and went to class. He had 2 thinking and cultivating classes in the morning, so it should be all right. At least, Jiang Shao could understand it. When he returned to the classroom again, Jiang Zhao's heart was filled with emotions. The moment he entered the classroom, Jiang Shao gained another nickname. "Yo, who do you look like? What a rare guest, God Pie." A pleasant female voice said with a hint of teasing. What followed was the roar of laughter from the students. Jiang Shao turned around and saw Kai Yao. Perhaps because she was too excited, she spoke in her native dialect. Jiang Shao had known her for a long time, but she had always been speaking Mandarin. Sensing the gazes of the students in the lecture hall, Jiang Shao hurriedly lowered his head and walked towards the back with a thick book. When school first started, Jiang Shao was cheered by his classmates. After all, He had won glory for the country and won the World Cup during the summer break. Hence, his classmates celebrated for him. What the students didn't expect was that this damn little toxic healer suddenly disappeared after a few days of class. A month had passed. Where did he come from? Jiang Xiao was probably the only student in Beijing Star Warrior who would not be designated to fail any subjects if he missed classes. Moreover, this fellow was someone who came and went as he pleased. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously every day. Who knew what he was up to? The other students were extremely well-behaved. Who would dare to miss classes from year 1 to year 2? The counselors were cruel and merciless. If they failed a subject, they would have to repeat a year. It was easy to repeat a year, but if they failed too many subjects, they might just drop out of school. Those who could enter Beijing Star Warrior during the college entrance examination were all people with a certain level of learning ability. No one could say that they were poor at learning. As long as they failed, it meant that they didn't want to learn and had to pack up and leave. In the words of Counselor Zhou, "Don't explain all that nonsense to me." There were a total of 36 students in this class in the Year 2 auxiliary courtyard. No matter how stubborn the other 35 students were, they were all taught a lesson by Counselor Zhou Xinghe and became extremely well-behaved. As soon as Kai Yao said that, Jiang Xiao received another new nickname, Rarely Skinned. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, felt that Pimp Rare sounded nicer. It's just that its race value is a little low. Jiang Xiao sat in a row behind Kai Yao and flipped open his brand new book. "Don't you want an autograph anymore?" Kai Yao giggled and tilted her body slightly. She picked up her phone and took a selfie. "I have as many photos as you want. Why do you need an autograph? How troublesome." Jiang Xiao grinned and asked, "Don't you need me to rub your tummy?" Kai Yao was slightly stunned. "What? Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, "It seems that there's a crossover. The one rubbing my stomach is the live streamer, Su Ro. Sigh, I can't help it. I've been looking at little Jiang Xue and Xia Yin every day, so I've lost interest in other girls. My memory is a little fuzzy, so I'll just go with whoever I like." He wondered how Su Ro was doing and if her live streaming career was thriving. Kai Yao turned around in bewilderment and looked at Jiang Xiao, who seemed to be in a daze. She couldn't help but scoff and ask, "Which girl are you thinking of again? You talk too much." Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and said, "Lend me a pen." Kai Yao glared at Jiang Xiao, turned around, and picked up the pen in her pencil case. This time, she didn't look back and simply put the pen behind her shoulder. She knew that the pen was probably gone for good. Jiang Xiao thought that he was still a good kid who would at least bring a book to class. He could always borrow a pen from the class. Sun Xiaosheng, who was beside Kai Yao, looked at Jiang Xiao timidly. Sun Xiaosheng's impression of Jiang Xiao had always been at the level of impressive. After all, Jiang Xiao was the national champion, and after he won the world championship this summer, Sun Xiaosheng felt that it was a dream. How could such a god be sitting in the same classroom as me? Jiang Xiao blinked at Sun Xiaosheng. Of course, he remembered her. After all, they had been classmates for a semester. Besides, when Jiang Xiao was a freshman, Sun Xiaosheng was one of his teammates during the military training. She was such a pretty and adorable girl, yet she was able to pull out a big stick. Sun Xiaosheng blushed and hurriedly turned around to whisper something into Kai Yao's ear. The teacher who was lecturing on thinking about cultivation finally entered the classroom and called the roll without hesitation, as if he was going to fail someone. It's just the start of school, yet he's so dedicated. After the roll call, Jiang Xiao actually found out that he had been removed from the roll. There were clearly 36 people on the roll, but the teacher only called 35 people and didn't call Jiang Xiaopi at all. Jiang Xiao took note of everything and thought to himself, this unspoken rule is not bad. Capital Star Warriors has done a good job. I must continue to maintain it. Since the teacher didn't call his name, Jiang Xiao definitely wouldn't say it. He was prepared to just muddle through the class, but to his surprise, the teacher suddenly stopped talking after talking for about 8 minutes. Whoosh! A piece of chalk flew over. Kai Yao hurriedly lowered her head. I dodged. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and looked at the teacher in a daze. What happened? The teacher said, "Stand up." Jiang Shao scratched his head and stood up. The teacher scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and said, Jiang Xiaopi, you're back in class. Very good. Remember to tell me in advance next time. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. The teacher changed the topic and continued, I'll give you a question for this semester's final exam in advance. It's worth 41 points. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The teacher asked, What's my name? Jiang Shao was speechless. Kai Yao covered her mouth and snickered secretly. Sun Xiaosheng picked up a pen and hurriedly wrote a few words in the book. Jiang Shao glanced at it and thought, Girl, your words are too small. Why do you have so many strokes? It's a little sloppy and they're all squeezed together. However, time waited for no one. Jiang Shao looked up at the teacher and exclaimed, Let's get straight to the point. I think your surname is Shao. Teacher Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to take another peek and said, Your name is Shao Wenwu. No, Shao Bin. How? Sit down. Sit down. Shao Binhao looked at Jiang Shao smilingly and asked him to sit down. As soon as Jiang Shao sat down, he took out his mobile phone and ordered a cup of snow-top coffee. After class, Jiang Shao flashed and appeared at the iron gate of the main entrance of the school. He looked at the delivery man in the yellow uniform and said, Here. Kai Yao and Sun Xiaosheng turned around and wanted to say something to Jiang Shao, only to find that he had already disappeared, leaving only his book and pen on the table. At the next moment, Jiang Shao returned with the milk tea. Besides, he appeared in his original seat in a seated position, which gave the two of them a great shock. Jiang Shao handed the milk tea to Sun Xiaosheng and said, There aren't many good people nowadays. Wow! Sun Xiaosheng exclaimed softly and happily grabbed the cold snow-top coffee. Kai Yao looked upset and reached out to grab the pen. Give it back, give it back, give it back, Xiaopi. A voice sounded at the door of the lecture hall. Huh? Jiang Shao looked up, only to see Han Jiangxue standing at the door and waving at him. In the bustling classroom, there was a trace of silence. Just like Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue was a celebrity among celebrities. Compared to Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue had another huge advantage: beauty. Jiang Zhao's face turned bitter, and he couldn't help but glance at the snow-top coffee in Sun Xiaosheng's hand. Was it such a coincidence? Indeed, everything was arranged for the best. Sun Xiaosheng froze for a moment and handed the snow-top coffee over timidly. She said softly, Pai God Pai, I haven't drunk it yet. Go ahead, drink it. Jiang Shao reached out and rubbed Sun Xiaosheng's head. This girl is rather interesting. She's much cuter than Sun Dashing. Jiang Shao walked out of the classroom quickly and asked, What's the matter? Han Jiangxue said, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Jiang Shao said, I want to pick up the delivery just now. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao helplessly and ignored the topic. She said, Principal Yang sent a letter. The Capital Star Warriors University has already communicated with Sichuan Province. You have obtained the right to enter the bamboo forest dimensional space to capture star pets. The location is near Chengdu. Hearing this, Jiang Shao was overjoyed and asked, When? Han Jiangxue said, Principal Yang said that since they've already agreed, it's better for us to get there as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Shao nodded naturally. It was definitely not easy to get a hold of such a dimensional space that was strictly controlled by the country and was extremely rare. Han Jiangxue continued, Principal Yang said that I can accompany you. After all, I'm your family, and this choice is very important because it concerns your future. He hopes that we can make a joint decision. Principal Yang hopes that we can make a decision after seeing the bamboo bear with our own eyes. He also specially reminded you that you can change your mind at any time and don't feel burdened. After all, you only have 9 star slots, and you have to be cautious when choosing star pets. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. He was already cautious enough. Besides, which star beast would have so many star techniques? Jiang Shao was different from other star warriors because he had an internal star map. He had skill points that could be used to upgrade the quality of the star techniques of star pets. In terms of the number of star techniques, the bamboo bear had a lot of them. Most importantly, its star techniques were all reliable. Jiang Xiao had been thinking about it carefully for a long time and had also communicated with Han Jiangxue, second last, and other people who were closest to him. Of course, he wouldn't go back on his word at this juncture. Han Jiangxue continued, "They only gave you one slot, but Principal Yang asked for one more, so there are 2 slots in total. If you don't want me to accompany you, you can find someone else. There are plenty of people who are more capable and knowledgeable than me. They can be your advisors and test the combat strength of the bamboo bear. After all, such creatures have only appeared in recent years and are extremely rare. There's only information given by the officials and no comments from the public." Without any hesitation, Jiang Xiao said, "Come with me." Han Jiangshue's expression softened and she nodded gently. "Okay," Jiang Xiao muttered. "Don't always think about the bamboo bear. That's Sichuan province. Chengdu, you're still thinking about star pets after hearing those words? Let's go eat hot pot." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. In a flash, Jiang Xiao packed up his books and threw a pen to Kai Yao. "I have a mission. I'm leaving." Kai Yao was speechless. "Are you really going to leave just like that? Are you sure you're a student of the Capital Star Warriors University? Are you here for class? Are you the leader of the Education Bureau, who's here to check on the teaching standards of the teachers? You come and go without any warning and come to class once every 1 or 2 months. Jiang Xiao dashed out of the classroom and grabbed Han Jiangshue's arm. "Hurry, go back to the dormitory and pack up. I'll book the plane tickets." 5 minutes later, Teacher Xiao returned to the classroom again. When the bell rang, Teacher Xiao flipped open the name list and saw the first sentence. Jiang Xiaopi. There was silence in the classroom, and Teacher Xiao looked down curiously, only to realize that the toxic healer was nowhere to be seen. Kai Yao raised her hand meekly and said, "He has a mission at the last minute. He left." Xiao Binhao frowned and thought, "He left just like that? He left just like that?" According to Jiang Zhao's words just now, Teacher Xiao thought to herself, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I'll deduct 41 points from him first and let him have some fun." Ta. Chapter 654. It was a trip that he could leave at any time. She gave Jiang Xiao a perfect reason to worry that there would be unforeseen changes. The photos of Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue waiting in the waiting room were once again circulated in the news media and even appeared on Weibo's trending search list. Jiang Xiao was now like a popular young man who could make even trivial matters appear on the trending search list. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, "I didn't buy any trending search list. Don't the media have anything serious to do? Wasn't the last time he appeared on the trending search list yesterday?" The topic of the trending search was the king of toxic healers gets blocked in the toilet of high-speed rail. The 2 world-class Star Warriors students arrived in Sichuan province at 6 p.m. on time. The plane slowly landed in Shuangliu Airport. The siblings really did not dare to take the airport bus. They had no choice because they would definitely attract attention if they wore their faces. Jiang Xiao could leave Han Jiangxue in the Scourge ruins and change his appearance. That way, he would be able to disguise himself perfectly and save some money for the plane ticket. However, Jiang Xiao would have to apply for a fake certificate in advance and take the risk of his disguise being discovered. Jiang Xiao was not worried about his star technique of disguise being seen through. After all, the quality of his disguise was extremely high. The problem was that Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshue's movements were recorded by the Star Warriors and the Wasteland Reclaimers in the capital. Jiang Xiao returned to the capital from Zhongyuan province the day before yesterday, which was also recorded by the Guardians of the Night. Jiang Xiao didn't know if anyone else was paying attention to him. Hence, there was no need to take such a risk. The siblings weren't going to do anything bad anyway, so there was no need for that. In short, it was fine but not necessary. The siblings hailed a cab and rushed all the way to Wuhou District. There were too many places to play in and outside Chengdu. Jiang Xiao wondered if he should go for a walk after completing the mission this time. However, the rain was a little annoying. The drizzling rain made Jiang Xiao want to cry, and he really wanted to join in the fun. Well, it used to rain only when Jiang Xiao cried. Now that it was raining, Jiang Xiao began to miss the days when he cried. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the driver, Jiang Xiao noted down some of the things to eat and do. The cab slowly stopped in front of a building. Jiang Xiao was carrying his school bag, while Han Jiangxue was hugging the black and white candle in her arms. The two of them were drenched in the rain and filled with bewilderment. Until now, they still did not understand the address that Headmaster Yang had given them. The person that the siblings were looking for was actually a motel owner. There was a 33-story building in front of the siblings, but the hotel was on the 22nd floor. Jiang Xiao couldn't figure out what the other floors were for. It wasn't that Jiang Xiao was confused about the location of the hotel, but rather the way they met made him feel that it was like an underground meeting. The reaction of the black and white candle was rather interesting. It was not afraid of the rain and instead wanted to break free from Han Jiangxue's embrace to play in the small puddle in front of them. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue trotted all the way into the building, called for the elevator, and waited patiently. It was a tourist attraction that was filled with tourists all year round. When the siblings entered the elevator, a fashionably dressed couple with backpacks chased after them. The couple put down their backpacks and froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the girl shrieked miserably as if she had been molested. Jiang Xiaopi! Jiang Xiao couldn't help but cover his ears with both hands. Fortunately, the boy called out, Han Jiangxue, after which the girl stopped attacking Jiang Xiao and turned around to attack the boy violently. Even after Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue walked out of the elevator, the girl was still reprimanding the boy. How can you call another girl's name in front of me? The boy said meekly, But didn't you call Jiang Xiaopi too? The girl yelled, I'm just a fan. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Men are all good things. The boy asked, including Jiang Xiaopi? The girl answered, including Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao grinned and looked at the elevator door that was slowly closing. He was then dragged away by Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao looked at the unit number and turned left. The further he walked, the more cozy it became. There were many more decorations in the corridor, and the lighting had also become softer. It was very different from the usual office buildings. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Xiao arrived in front of an open door and saw a bar counter and a cradle chair inside. He knocked on the door and asked, Miss Xie Jinyan? Ah, Xiaopi. A head popped out from behind the bar counter. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xiao saw a pair of smiling eyes that were curved into crescents. You've arrived so soon. Jiang Xiao had always felt that there was something wrong with his name. Not only did he have a natural sense of humor, but when people called him by his name, it would also make him seem very familiar. Perhaps it was because Jiang Xiao was mischievous and had achieved some achievements. Everyone in the country knew him, and he was really popular with the passers-by. He seemed to be a fan of everyone. For example, the lady boss, who was in her 30s, addressed him as Xiaopi passionately and passionately. Jiang Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Xie Jinyan scratched her short black hair and looked down at the computer screen, seemingly thinking about something. At the same time, she asked, Do you guys plan to go now? Or do you want to rest for the night and go to the bamboo forest tomorrow? Han Jiangxue sat on the cradle chair and looked at the lady boss curiously. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded too. Are the people of Chengdu so impressive? How can an ordinary lady boss who's wearing slippers arrange for the siblings to go to the bamboo forest? Yang Chunsan, to think that you're the vice principal of the Star Warriors University in Beijing. Look at how powerful this lady boss is. Xie Jinyan lowered her head, clicked on the mouse, and played another mahjong tile because Jiang Xiao could clearly hear the voice of 9 circles coming from the headset on the bar counter. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grin. Xie Jinyan finally finished playing mahjong and raised her head to look at the siblings with a smile. Her gaze finally landed on the black and white candle, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She said in a nice manner, My husband specially instructed me to call him directly when you two arrive. If you want to go to the bamboo forest, he has to come out and pick you up personally. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Oh, Jiang Xiao nodded and thought to himself, this lady boss speaks fluent Mandarin. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue hugged the black and white candle in her arms and said, although it's late, if it's not troublesome, why don't we go now? No problem. Xie Jinyin picked up the phone and dialed a number. She then took out a key card from a drawer and swiped it on the disc. She held the phone between her ear and shoulder, reached out, and handed the key card to Jiang Xiao. She said, go out, turn left, and go straight. It's the last room. Put your things down and wash up. It'll take him more than an hour to pick you up. Jiang Xiao was speechless. She's clearly arranged everything. Jiang Xiao finally knew how valuable his face was. She didn't want his ID or Star Warrior. She just booked a room for him. Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue, shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and walked out of the room. He walked all the way to the end of the corridor and swiped the card to open the door. It turned out to be a family room with a big bed and a small bed. There was also a washing machine, a kitchen counter, and a bathroom. You go first, Jiang Xiao said casually. Han Jiangxue waved her hand, and the space in front of her shattered. She took out a suitcase, placed the black and white candle on the table, and rummaged through her clothes. I was indeed drenched by the rain just now. I'll take a shower and change my clothes. Han Jiangxue took the clothes and walked into the bathroom, followed by the black and white candle. Jiang Xiao was extremely envious. Jiang Xiao walked to the window, where the view was great. There were tens of thousands of lights and tall buildings in the distance. Jiang Xiao leaned forward and looked down, only to see that the streets below were bustling with traffic. He could even see that there were many people holding umbrellas and queuing in front of a shop. That should be a restaurant, right? Jiang Xiao thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he got. 2 hours later, the siblings were done with their preparations and changed into dry clothes. While they were playing with their mobile phones out of boredom, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Xiao rolled over and got out of the small bed. He ran to open the door, only to see a gentle and elegant middle-aged man who was wearing frameless glasses and had a scholarly demeanor. The man looked at Jiang Xiaopi and extended his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Feng Hui. I'm in charge of bringing you into the bamboo forest. Hello, sorry to trouble you, Jiang Xiao said frantically. Han Jiangxue walked over with the black and white candle in her arms and asked, shall we set off now? Feng Hui nodded and said, of course, you guys. This is? Feng Hui stared at the black and white candle in shock and exclaimed, so this black and white candle belongs to you? Aren't they from the Guardians of the Night? Jiang Xiao asked, what? Feng Hui looked at Jiang Xiao and said, a while ago, the Northwest Star Beast Research Institute updated the Star Beast database and recorded a very interesting piece of information on the mutated form of the golden red candle. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, ah, haha, yes, I only got this little guy a while ago. They wanted to study it, so I had to give it to them. Fortunately, they returned it to me. I'm indeed a member of the Guardians of the Night. Feng Hui was not interested in whether Jiang Xiao was a member of the Guardians of the Night or not. He looked at the black and white candle from head to toe and asked hesitantly, can I? Han Jiangxue stepped forward with the black and white candle in her arms and handed it over. It's very afraid of strangers. Don't scare it. Feng Hui patted the bouncy body of the black and white candle and sighed. It's really cold. How interesting. The black and white candle shrank into a ball. Although it was a ball in the first place, Jiang Xiao asked tentatively, shall we go? Huh? Let's go. Feng Hui returned the black and white candle to Han Jiangxue apologetically and walked out with the siblings. When passing by the office hut, Feng Hui spoke in dialect, and Xie Jinyin popped her head out from behind the bar counter with an earpiece on. She smiled and waved at the siblings. Jiang Xiao gestured to the door card and said, we'll stay in that house. The things are inside. When we come back, we'll play here for a few days. To his surprise, Xie Jinyin seemed to have heard the voice in the earpiece. She buried her head and focused on the computer, completely ignoring Jiang Xiao. The siblings got into a Geely Regal and Jiang Xiao finally realized that this guy didn't seem to be from the military. Through the conversation along the way, Jiang Xiao found out that Feng Hui was a staff member of the Southwest Star Beast Research Institute. Chengdu was also the headquarters of the Southwest Star Beast Research Institute. Due to the special nature of the bamboo forest dimensional space, there were troops stationed there, but most of them were stationed outside the military camp. Unlike all the other dimensional spaces that Jiang Xiao had been to, there were not many soldiers stationed in the bamboo forest dimensional space. On Earth, however, it was heavily guarded. It could be seen that the main focus of guarding the bamboo forest dimensional space was definitely not in the space. Along the way, Feng Hui even joked that the guardians of the bamboo forest and the guardians of the night should be the most comfortable and comfortable corps in the entire China. The weather was pleasant, the sun was warm, and the breeze was gentle. There was a sea of bamboo in the bamboo forest. The dimensional space had been open for 2 years, and the number of fights that had taken place in it could be counted with one hand. The atmosphere was terrifyingly harmonious. If it weren't for the fact that the soldiers in the dimensional space had strong self-control and trained hard every day, they would probably become fat and happy shut-ins after staying in the bamboo forest for 2 to 3 years. Chapter 655. Under the night sky, it was drizzling nonstop. The white car got off the highway and headed towards the forest from a fork in the road. Researcher Feng Hui's car was not an expensive one, nor was it eye-catching. However, it enjoyed a high level of treatment. There were many checkpoints along the way, and the soldiers on duty let them pass. The car finally drove into a military camp, and Jiang Xiao also saw what it looked like to be heavily guarded. He was secretly astonished and thought to himself, "It's too strict." Along the way, although the car was allowed to pass, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were inevitably interrogated. Both of them had all their documents, so there were no accidents. This military camp should belong to the Guardian Legion. Due to the characteristics of space, the military had scattered its troops in all directions of this mountain. The two of them followed Feng Hui into a building. After asking them to wait at the door, Feng Hui hurried in. The two of them looked at him curiously. The security check, signature, and other procedures were extremely strict. Jiang Xiao asked softly, "This should be their research institute." Han Jiangxue covered the mouth of the black and white candle to prevent it from making a sound. She looked around curiously and said, "It seems so." After a while, Feng Hui came back. He even changed his clothes and put on a white coat. Feng Hui walked out and handed 2 chest cards to the two of them. "Change into your clothes later and put this card on your chest." Jiang Xiao grabbed the chest card and looked at it carefully. There were a few large words written on it. Southwest Star Beast Research Institute. Special for visitors. It seems to be very high-end. The two of them also went through many layers of checks and finally entered the Research Institute. At Feng Hui's request, the two of them also put on the white coat that he brought. Clothes make the man. Now that everyone was dressed the same, it would depend on one's temperament whether one was a researcher or a chef. However, Jiang Xiao felt that he was more like a doctor. Under Feng Hui's lead, they walked out of the back door of the building and entered a special passage. After making several turns along the way, Jiang Xiao saw the last checkpoint about 5 minutes later. However, for the siblings who had been through hundreds of battles, the inspection was nothing at all. Anyway, along the way, Jiang Xiao was almost doubting his life. "Mr. Feng," the soldier said in a very friendly manner. He extended his hand and signaled for the three of them to stop. The soldiers standing guard at the door, as well as the soldiers inside the house, all looked over and sized up the three of them. Feng Hui said, "It's these two." At the next moment, the soldier saluted Jiang Xiao. Although Jiang Xiao was wearing a white coat, he hurriedly returned the greeting. During the inspection along the way, Jiang Zhao's identity as one of the Guardians of the Night and Han Jianshue's identity as a wasteland reclaimer had been verified. On the way here, Feng Hui had specially reminded them to show their identity as military officers. The siblings had never revealed their identity to Feng Hui. Now that he thought about it, they must have deliberately revealed their identity when communicating with the Capital Star Warrior Alliance. Feng Hui smiled and said, "This time, you don't have to send someone to follow me, right?" After the soldiers and Han Jiangxue saluted and accepted the gifts, they looked at Feng Hui awkwardly and said, "Mr. Feng, this," Feng Hui said with a smile. "With the two of them around, how can there be any accidents? That's all. You have to trust your own brothers, okay?" The soldier looked troubled and turned to look at Jiang Shao. "Sir." Jiang Shao was speechless. Although the Guardians and the Guardians of the Night were two completely different armies, and Jiang Shao was from the northwest while they were in the southwest, the Guardians of the Night, light chasing army, was really impressive. Jiang Shao said, "I guarantee it with my identity. Please rest assured." After all, Feng Hui was the one who brought the siblings in, and Jiang Shao had a favor to ask of Feng Hui. Of course, he would try his best to follow Feng Hui's instructions. Besides, it will be better if there are fewer people accompanying them. With that, Feng Hui walked over with the siblings. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue looked at each other and thought to themselves, Feng Hui, who looks ordinary, seems to have a very high status here. Besides, the authority of the Star Beast Research Institute was far greater than Jiang Shao had imagined. The heavy metal door opened, and Jiang Shao saw a dimensional space that was stacked not too far away. The three of them strode in, and Jiang Zhao's mind cleared up. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of green. It was really green. It was so green that it made him feel refreshed. What does fresh air mean? What does a cool breeze mean? It was a rainy night on Earth, but it was daytime here. However, there was a magnificent sea of clouds floating in the sky, and Jiang Shao couldn't find where the sun was. Not far behind them was the building of the Guardians, which was considered a regular supply point. In front of them was a bamboo forest. If Han Jiangxue were to be equipped with a sword and dressed in white, how beautiful would it be to dance in it? Feng Hui said, "Let's go into the bamboo forest over there. Remember not to destroy the environment here. There are markings on the bamboo for us to return to." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. Everyone entered the bamboo forest, and the terrain began to undulate. They climbed up along the path that was opened up. Jiang Shao was amazed and touched the bamboos on both sides of the path while walking. The astral pet would be like its master. The black and white candle nestled in Han Jiangxue's arms with a curious look on her face. Her expression was exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's. Feng Hui said, "Although it's a dimensional space, the species of bamboo here can be found on Earth. This is a bamboo forest, which is the most common type of bamboo in the dimensional space. Most of the bamboo forests you're about to see are of this type." Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't tell what species of bamboo the bamboo forest was. In his mind, bamboo was just bamboo. What species? Jiang Shao nodded gently and looked up at the tall bamboo. It must be at least 10 meters tall, right? More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao heard the sound of water flowing. To be exact, it should be the sound of a waterfall. The three of them climbed up the mountain, and Jiang Shao was completely intoxicated. Below, the boundless bamboo forest extended all the way to an unknown place. It was impossible to see the end of it. Surrounded by green mountains, the lake below was as clear as a mirror, beautiful beyond compare. Jiang Shao finally saw a round one. It was directly opposite the mountain where Jiang Shao was standing on the hillside on the other side of the lake. "Ah!" Han Jiangxue exclaimed softly and looked at the hill opposite her worriedly. "Jiang Shao, hurry over there. Don't let it fall into the lake." A black and white, round creature rolled down from the top of the hill. It didn't seem to have any objections to the rolling, nor did it have much awareness of the danger it was in. Along the way down the hill, it had too many opportunities to grab onto the surrounding bamboo, but it was very easygoing. What kind of attitude is that? It was a kind of extremely lazy indifference, as if it had already lost its dreams. It allowed its round body to roll down the hill and head straight for the lake. Feng Hui said with a smile, "There's no need." However, he stopped abruptly because Jiang Shao had already flashed over. Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared on the lakeside in the distance, squatting on the ground and opening his arms to welcome the furry, round creature. Oh! Jiang Zhao hugged the huge bamboo bear. When he was on the other side of the hill, just now, the bamboo bear seemed very small in Jiang Zhao's eyes. However, when Jiang Zhao came into contact with it, he realized that it was at least 2 meters long. It must weigh more than 400 kilograms, right? Jiang Zhao changed from squatting to squatting and caught the bamboo bear that was rolling down. Jiang Zhao's body also slid backward. Jiang Zhao held its furry buttocks with both hands and pinched its furry, round tail. The bamboo bear turned around and looked behind it. Hi! Jiang Zhao supported its body with one hand and waved the other to greet it. The bamboo bear looked at Jiang Zhao with its black eye sockets and blinked its black eyes. It then turned its head lazily and laid down on the hillside, seemingly giving up on resisting. Hello. Not far behind, a man's voice came from behind. Ah! Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see a few men in white coats. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but now that he saw it, he knew that something had happened. When he was on the opposite hill, Jiang Zhao didn't see this reverse slope. He didn't expect there to be a pit at the bottom of the hill. And in this pit were piles and piles of bamboo bears. All of them had lost their dreams and were lying on the ground or facing the sky, sleeping soundly. They were of different sizes, and the largest one was no bigger than the one Jiang Zhao intercepted. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the most common ones were about 1.5 meters. There were some that were even smaller and seemed to be underage. Wow, this kind of thing, the smaller it is, the cuter it is. Jiang Zhao made sure that the adult bamboo bear in front of him wouldn't roll down. Then he turned around and showed his chest tag. Only then did the men relax. They bent down and continued to work. Their job was to pick up a bamboo bear and walk up the hill. Jiang Zhao sat on the hillside and asked curiously, "What are you guys doing?" One of the men walked past Jiang Zhao with a bamboo bear in his arms, looked at Jiang Zhao's chest tag, and explained, "They're very lazy. If we don't carry them back to the bamboo forest manually and disperse the bamboo bears in the pit, there will be more and more bamboo bears here. When the pit is filled up, the bamboo bears that roll down from above might really fall into the lake." Jiang Zhao was speechless. The man looked at Jiang Zhao curiously and asked, "Are you Officer Jiang Xiaopi?" Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "Hello." The man looked at Jiang Zhao smilingly and said, "I received a notification from the team just now, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Your performance during the World Cup was great. Your star technique is very impressive." Jiang Zhao also knew that this guy should be a star warrior. Otherwise, how could he pick up the 300 to 400 kilograms bamboo bear so casually? Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, "You flatter me." The man continued, "Officer, do you have time now? Use your star technique, Flash, to help us carry the bamboo bears?" Jiang Zhao was speechless. "Why are you being so polite? Are you trying to make me do some manual labor?" Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "I can't do it. Let me tell you, I have a sister who can teleport everything in an area in one go." The man blinked in surprise. Huff! A translucent black ripple shield suddenly appeared, and Han Jiangxue and Feng Hui stood by the lake not far away. As the black ripples spread outwards, they disappeared without a trace, and their figures were revealed. Jiang Zhao raised his head in the direction of the lake and pointed his chin in Han Jiangxue's direction. "Look, she's here." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao from afar, feeling a little confused by his gesture. Jiang Zhao waved at her and said, "Come, let's move bricks. Bears, top that you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."